Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The calendar knows I did not mean to go down the rabbit hole. Nobody ever does. It started the way most terrible things in my life have started. Quietly. In the middle of the night, with a cup of cold coffee and a screen that should have been dark hours ago. My name is Marcus Webb. I'm a 38-year-old archivist at the Oregon Historical Society here in Portland. And for the last 20 years, I've spent my days surrounded by the dead weight of the past. Old newspapers, crumbling ledgers, photographs of faces no one remembers. People pay me to organize the wreckage of other people's lives, and I'm very, very good at it. I notice patterns where other people see noise. My colleagues call it a gift. My ex-wife, Claire, called it an obsession. She was probably right. It was a Wednesday in late April when I first saw the post. I remember the day specifically because I had spent the entire afternoon cataloging civil defense pamphlets from 1941, the kind they printed by the millions during the war years, little folded things full of instructions on how to survive a bombing raid, or what to do if the gas lines ruptured. They smelled of age and old fear, and the ink was faded to the color of dried blood. I had come home, poured coffee I would forget to drink, and opened my laptop to shut my brain off. Instead, I fell into a Reddit thread on RS8 deck ideology, and at the top of the feed, someone had posted a simple image. 2 calendars, side by side. January through December. The header on the left said 1941. The header on the right said 2025. Every date, every weekday, perfectly identical. Every single one. I leaned closer to my screen. I work with primary sources for a living. I know that coincidences are just unconnected data points that the human brain insists on narrativizing. I know this, the way a surgeon knows anatomy, not as theory, but as practice, as a discipline I apply daily. And yet something about seeing those 2 columns of identical dates, sitting there in clean black type, made the warm coffee smell in my apartment go stale. I told myself I was being dramatic. I closed the laptop. At 3 in the morning, I opened it again. The thread had thousands of comments. Most were the usual internet noise, jokes and memes and arguments between people who wanted the world to end and people who were embarrassed by those people. But buried in the middle of the thread, a user named uheliotrope _1191 had written something that stopped me entirely. It read, word for word, "The calendar repeating is not the warning. The warning is what repeats with it, no punctuation, no explanation. No further posts from that account." I clicked on the profile. It had been created that same evening, April 23, 2025, and the post in that thread was its only activity. The account had been deleted by the time I refreshed the page. I sat with that for a long time. My apartment in the Pearl District is the kind of place that tries very hard to feel warm. Exposed brick, bookshelves that cover every wall, a reading lamp my grandmother left me that throws amber light across everything. I have always found it peaceful. That night, for the first time since I moved in 4 years ago, the amber light bothered me. It looked too much like the color of old photographs. The color of 1941. I pulled up the civil defense pamphlets on my work computer, the scanned files I had been cataloging all afternoon. I opened one at random. A 12-page document from Portland's own wartime Civil Defense Bureau, printed in the fall of 1941, 3 months before Pearl Harbor. The first line of text, in blocky sans serif font, read, "What happens next depends entirely on whether you are paying attention." That was standard civil defense language. I had seen dozens of pamphlets that started with similar phrases. I had cataloged them for 2 decades. It should not have made my hands go cold. It did. I took a screenshot of the pamphlet cover and stared at it beside the calendar image I had saved from Reddit. A Wednesday in April 1941. A Wednesday in April 2025. The pamphlet had been printed on a Wednesday. I checked the metadata on the digitization file. The original document's date stamp was April 23, 1941. I was cataloging it on April 23, 2025. My phone buzzed with a news alert. A plane crash in Ahmedabad, India. Over 270 people dead. A Boeing 787, London bound, lost in the minutes after takeoff. I read the headline twice before it resolved into meaning. Because for just a fraction of a second, in the sleepless exhaustion of 3 in the morning, the number felt familiar. Not the crash itself, the geometry of it. Tragedy arriving from the sky on a clear day, without warning, on a date that had happened before. I closed every window on my laptop. I went to bed. I lay in the dark for a long time, listening to the rain move across the Pearl District, tapping against the brick and the glass with the patient, rhythmic sound of something that knows exactly where it is going. And somewhere in the hours before dawn, I fell asleep. And I dreamed of a calendar that would not stop turning, page after page after page, each month identical to the last, each day falling on the same name it had always fallen on, and somewhere behind the pages, a voice that was not quite a voice was saying quietly, in the particular register of something that has been waiting a very long time, again and again and again. I woke up with the pamphlet date burned into my mind like a brand. April 23rd. I had not noticed the night before that it was also my birthday. The question I carried into that gray Portland morning, through the fog that rolled in off the Willamette River and hung between the buildings, like something that did not want to leave, was simple and unanswerable, the way the most unsettling questions always are. If the calendar truly was repeating, then somewhere in the archive I had spent 20 years building, in those faded pages and crumbling ledgers and photographs of forgotten faces, the answer was already waiting for me, and it had been waiting since 1941. The last thing I had expected, walking into the archive that Thursday morning with a coffee I had already burned my lip on, was to find someone already inside. The Oregon Historical Society's research room does not open to the public until 10. I arrive at 7:30. That arrangement has suited me for years, because those 2.5 hours before the world intrudes are the best part of my day. The quiet hours when the documents do their real talking. So when I pushed through the heavy fire door and saw a woman seated at the long reading table with a folder open in front of her, my first thought was not alarm. It was irritation. She was perhaps 60, with the kind of white hair that looks deliberate rather than inevitable. And she wore a dark green coat that smelled from across the room of cedar and something older. She was looking at a document I recognized because I had cataloged it myself the previous morning. The Civil Defense Pamphlet, April 23, 1941. "We're not open yet," I said. She looked up, and the expression on her face was not surprise. It was the expression of someone who has been waiting a very long time for a specific person to arrive. Patience fulfilled. "I know," she said. "Your colleague let me in. The young man with the beard." I told him I was a researcher from Edinburgh. I did not have a colleague with a beard. Our morning staff on Thursdays was myself and a part-time data entry assistant named Patricia, who was 54, gray-haired, and decidedly not bearded. I asked her name. Eleanor Voss, she said. I've been looking for this pamphlet for 3 years. She slid it across the table toward me with a steadiness that struck me as practiced, the way a card player slides a card they've been holding in reserve. I looked down at the cover page I had already spent hours with, and then I saw what I had missed. In the bottom right corner of the cover, beneath the Civil Defense Bureau's printed seal, someone had written in pencil, very small, in a handwriting that was not the pamphlet's typeset, but unmistakably human and deliberate. 4 words. They had been there the entire time, I realized, hidden in a section of the document I had not yet digitized, tucked beneath the fold. The words were, "It begins on 7, not December 7th, not any specific date, just 7. Alone." I sat down. Eleanor Voss watched me with the patience of someone who has already been through the shock and come out the other side. She told me she had come from London, England 3 years ago, following a lead she had found in the Imperial War Museum's archive. She had been researching a 1941 advertisement placed in the New Yorker magazine on November 22nd of that year. The advertisement was for a game company called Monarch. It showed a group of civilians huddled in an air raid shelter, playing dice. Above them, in large font, the headline read, "Achtung, Warning, Alerte." And the dice in the illustration, if you looked carefully, if you knew what to look for, showed a 1 and a 7 on their upturned faces. December 7th, 12/7. The advertisement ran 6 days before Pearl Harbor. The FBI, Eleanor told me, had investigated the game company at the time. Their files, obtained through the Freedom of Information Act by a researcher in the 1990s, confirmed that agents visited Monarch's New York office in December of 1941. The owner had told them the ad had been submitted to the New Yorker weeks in advance, as was standard practice. He had no explanation for the dice. The case was quietly dropped. The FBI file had been automatically flagged for destruction in 1945, under a wartime classified disposal policy. Most of it was gone, but 3 pages survived in the secondary archive in Maryland. And on those 3 pages, a single handwritten note from the investigating agent read, "The owner of the company says he did not design the advertisement. He says it arrived at his office already completed, with a note attached. We have not been able to locate the note." Eleanor had found a reference to the Oregon archive while cross-referencing the Civil Defense Bureau records. The pamphlet had been distributed by the same Portland office that handled wartime communications up and down the Pacific coast. The handwriting in the bottom corner, the 4 words in pencil, matched the handwriting on the Monarch Company's note. According to a handwriting analysis she had commissioned at a university in Edinburgh, Scotland, matched it exactly. 2 documents, 2 cities. 1941. 1 handwriter. I asked her what she believed it meant. She was quiet for a moment. The reading room has no windows, and the silence in it is the particular silence of a sealed space, heavy with the smell of acid-free paper and the faint electrical hum of the dehumidifiers. In that silence, her voice, when she finally spoke, sounded very far away from the present. "I believe," she said, "that someone in 1941 knew what was coming. Not as prophecy, not as luck. I believe they knew because they had seen it before." I asked her what she meant by that. She looked at me the way you look at someone who has asked a question they are about to wish they had not asked. "The calendar," she said. "The calendar repeats every 84 years, not just the dates and the days. Something else repeats, something that leaves marks in documents the way water leaves marks in stone. Evidence of its passing." She stood up and put on her cedar-smelling coat. "Someone in 1941 was doing exactly what you are doing right now, Mr. Webb. They were in an archive. They were noticing patterns. And they were trying to warn someone who would not be born for another 84 years. I asked her how she knew my name. I had not told her my name. I had not yet shown her my badge or my ID, because she had caught me so off guard that I had not thought to ask for hers. She did not answer that question. She picked up her bag. a battered brown leather satchel that looked older than anything in our collection, and she walked to the fire door. She paused with her hand on the bar. "The 7th," she said without turning around. "It is not December 7th. It is not any date at all. It is a count. It is how many times the pattern has completed before this one." The door swung open. The corridor beyond was empty. I stood in the reading room for a very long time, the civil defense pamphlet in my hands, the 4 penciled words facing up from the page. "It begins on 7. When I finally moved to check the security log for the building, to find out how Eleanor Voss had gotten through a locked fire door at 7:40 in the morning, the log showed something that my 20 years of working with primary sources, of trusting documented evidence over gut feeling, could not absorb cleanly. The fire door had not been opened that morning. Not once. Not by a bearded colleague. Not by Patricia. Not by any card swipe or code entry or mechanical override. The log was clean and empty from the previous evening's close at 6 p.m. all the way to my own entry at 7:32. I was alone in the building. I had been alone the entire time. Somewhere outside the sealed archive, beyond its soundproofed walls and its carefully controlled air, Portland was going about its Thursday morning, traffic moving slow through the rain, the Willamette running gray and fast toward the Columbia, the world doing what it does on the 7/42nd Thursday of every cycle of 84 years. And inside the archive, in my hands, a pamphlet printed in a city still at peace, held 4 words that had been waiting since 1941 for someone who would know what they meant. I did not know what they meant. Not yet. But somewhere in the 47 boxes of uncatalogued Oregon civil defense materials still stacked in the climate-controlled storage room down the hall, I had a feeling, deep and cold and entirely without basis in anything I could document or verify, that the answer had been waiting far longer than I had, and that it had known all along that I was coming. As the sealed archive settled around me that Thursday morning, the security log still clean and empty where Eleanor Voss's entry should have been, I understood, with the cold precision of someone trained to read evidence, that I had 2 choices. I could walk out of the building, call in sick, and spend the weekend pretending that none of this was happening, or I could open the storage room at the end of the hall and finish cataloging the 47 boxes that had been waiting there, untouched, since they arrived from a private estate donation 18 months ago. I have never, in my entire professional life, walked away from a primary source. The storage room at the Oregon Historical Society is climate-controlled to 65 degrees and 45% humidity. I know those numbers the way other people know their home address, because those numbers are the difference between preservation and decay, between evidence that survives and evidence that vanishes. The room smells of cool, dry air and the faint chemical bite of acid-free archival boxes. It is, to me, the smell of order, of things held safely in their proper place. Box 31 changed that. I had been working through the collection for 4 hours before I reached it. The estate belonged to a man named Harold Finch, a Portland shipping magnate who died in 2023 at the age of 94. Leaving no immediate family and a house in the West Hills so full of papers, maps, and correspondence that his estate lawyers had simply crated everything and sent it to us rather than sorting through it themselves. Most of the first 30 boxes had been exactly what you would expect from a wealthy Pacific Northwest businessman of the mid-20th century. Shipping contracts, property deeds, membership records from the Portland Golf Club, decades of tax documentation. Box 31 held something else. The folder on top was labeled in a hand I did not recognize, in ink that had aged to the brown of old tea. Received, July 1941. Not to be reproduced, not to be discussed. Beneath that folder wrapped in a wool cloth that must once have been navy blue, but had faded to the colorless gray of old winter, were 7 documents. Not photocopies, originals. The paper was European, heavier than standard American document stock, with a faint watermark I had to hold to the light to read. When I finally made it out, my hands had gone completely still. The watermark was a German eagle. I set the cloth aside and began reading. What I had in front of me were not shipping records. They were not tax documents or golf club membership rolls. They were transcripts, interrogation transcripts, typed in English on European paper, with marginalia in 2 different hands, one in English and one in the cramped, precise German that I had enough working knowledge to partially read. The subject of the interrogations was identified throughout only as the passenger, and the location given was a secure facility outside Glasgow, Scotland. The dates ran from May 11th to May 29th, 1941. I knew immediately what I was reading. I had known since the word Glasgow. Anyone who has spent time in the history of the Second World War knows the basic shape of the Rudolf Hess affair, the deputy Führer of the Third Reich, the third most powerful man in Nazi Germany, parachuting alone into a Scottish farmer's field on the night of May 10th, 1941, claiming he had come to negotiate peace. The most bizarre, most debated, most completely unexplained event of the entire war. A man who, on the eve of Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, stole an aircraft, flew single-handed across the North Sea, and bailed out over Eaglesham Moor at 11 o'clock at night with an injured ankle, insisting he needed to speak to the Duke of Hamilton. The official transcripts of his interrogation had been kept classified for decades. Some were still sealed. The file scheduled to be opened in 2041, 100 years after his arrest, had been discussed in historical circles for years, precisely because no one knew what it contained. But Harold Finch, a Portland shipping magnate, had 7 pages of transcripts in a wool cloth in a box that had been sitting in my storage room for 18 months. I photographed every page before I touched them further. Protocol. Always protocol. Then I read them. Most of the content was what historians already knew or suspected. Hess spoke of the peace deal he believed was possible. He spoke of Hitler's desire to avoid a 2-front war. He spoke of the Duke of Hamilton, whom he believed led a secret peace faction within the British government. But on page 6, in the cramped German marginalia, in handwriting that did not match the primary transcription, someone had added a single paragraph that had not been typed with the rest. I have enough German to read slowly, and I read it 3 times to be certain. It said, roughly translated, he knows about the repetition. He has seen the previous count. He says the last time was 1857. He says the next archivist will be found in Portland. He refuses to say more about this. Recommend immediate isolation. 1857, 84 years before 1941. 84 years before that, again, would be 1773. 84 years after 1941. 2025. I sat on the storage room floor, which I have never done before in my professional life, because my legs had simply stopped being reliable. The documents sat in my lap, cool and dry and absolutely certain of themselves, the way documents always are, the way the past always is, settled and immovable and indifferent to the disruption it causes when it finally surfaces. Hess, in that Glasgow facility in May of 1941, had mentioned Portland. He had mentioned an archivist. He had described the 84-year cycle not as a calendar curiosity, not as a mathematical coincidence, but as a count, which was the same word Eleanor Voss had used less than 6 hours ago in the same building. The 7th time. 7 completions of 84 years since the pattern began. And his interrogators had recommended isolation, not follow-up questioning, not verification of his claims, not analysis. Isolation. I thought about what that word meant in the context of 1941, applied to a man who had just parachuted out of a warplane in the dark. I thought about Eleanor Voss, who had been in this building without entering it, Who had known my name? Who had used the word count before I had any reason to understand what it meant? I thought about the Reddit account that had posted one sentence and disappeared. I stood up. I rewrapped the documents in their faded wool cloth. I returned them to box 31 exactly as I had found them, and I sealed the box, and I logged a preliminary cataloging note that said only, requires further specialist review. Content unusual. Do not redistribute. Then I walked back to my desk, sat down and opened my laptop. I searched for Harold Finch, Portland shipping magnate, West Hills. The results came back in under a second. There was an obituary in the Oregonian from November of 2023. There was a brief mention in a Portland Business Journal article about Pacific Rim shipping history. There was a photograph, grainy and scanned from what looked like a 1960s newsletter, of a formal dinner at the Portland Golf Club. A dozen men in evening dress, smiling for the camera with the particular confidence of mid-century wealth. Harold Finch was in the second row. He was perhaps 35 in the photograph, square-jawed and clear-eyed. The kind of face that looked like it was never surprised by anything. The woman standing beside him, also in formal dress, also smiling, also perhaps 35, had white hair. Not the white hair of age, deliberately white, in the fashion of certain European women of a certain era. And a dark green coat draped over her arm. I stared at the photograph for a long time. The caption beneath it named every person in the frame. Harold Finch was listed. The woman beside him was listed as a guest, name unknown. But the photograph was dated, June 14, 1961. Eleanor Voss, if that was her name, and if the woman in that photograph was the same woman who had been standing in my archive that morning with a battered leather satchel and the smell of cedar on her coat, had not aged a single day in 64 years. Outside the sealed building, Portland went about its Friday with the calm efficiency of a city that does not know it is being watched. The Willamette moved south. The rain came in off the coast the way it always does in late April. Steady and gray and unhurried, and the streets of the Pearl District filled with the sound of it, that particular soft percussion that is no beginning and no end. Inside, I sat at my desk with my hands flat on the table, pressing down hard against the wood, needing something solid, something that did not move or repeat or echo across 84 years like a voice in a stone corridor. My phone buzzed. An unknown number. A Portland area code. I answered. Silence on the line. Not empty silence. Occupied silence. The kind that has a presence. Then a sound that I will not describe as a voice, because it was not quite that. It was more like a voice heard through water, or through a wall that is thinner than it looks. And what it said, slowly and with the patience of something that has said it 6 times before and knows exactly how many more times remain, was this. There is a name written on the back of page 7. It is your name. It has always been your name. The call ended. I turned over page 7 of the Glasgow transcript, which I had not yet looked at, because I had set it face down when I rewrapped the documents, and I had not, until that moment, turned it back over. On the back, in pencil, in handwriting I recognized from the cover of the civil defense pamphlet, in the same hand that had written, "It begins on 7, more than 80 years ago," was one line. Marcus Webb will find this on April 24th, 2025. It was April 24th. I have found it today, and somewhere in the sealed archive behind me, in the cool, precise, 45% humidity silence of a room designed to preserve things forever. 46 more boxes sat in careful rows, each one labeled in Harold Finch's handwriting, each one waiting for a name that had already been written on the back of a page, in a city the documents had never visited, by a hand that had been dead for 80 years. I had not yet opened box 32. I was not entirely sure anymore that I wanted to. As the Glasgow transcript and its impossible penciled name settled into the evidence log I had started keeping on a legal pad at my kitchen table that Friday night, I knew, with the measured certainty of a man who has built a career on proving things, that I was no longer just studying the pattern. The pattern was studying me. I had not gone back to box 32. I had driven home from the archive at 5 in the afternoon with the windows down in the April rain, letting the cold air fill the car the way you let cold air fill a room where something has just died, trying to reset the atmosphere. It did not work. I made pasta. I did not eat. I poured whiskey. I did not drink. I sat at my kitchen table in the Pearl District apartment with its amber lamp and its floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and I opened my laptop and I started from the opposite end of the problem, because that is what you do when the archive overwhelms you from one direction. You approach from another angle entirely. I searched for the year 1857. I had mapped it already in my head. 84 years before 1941. 84 years before that would be 1773, and the cycle before 1857, reaching back in clean mathematical steps the way the calendar itself steps back, identical and indifferent. But I had not yet sat with 1857 as a year. I had not let it speak. It spoke immediately, and what it said turned my pasta cold on the stove. The Panic of 1857. The world's first global financial crisis, triggered in August by the collapse of the Ohio Life Insurance and Trust Company in New York, spreading through telegraphs, the first technology to move panic at the speed of thought, across every bank and every connected city in America and Britain and Europe within weeks. 62 of New York's 63 commercial banks suspended cash payments on a single October day. The City of Glasgow Bank failed on November 9th. The Borough Bank of Liverpool closed on October 27th. The crisis did not end in Britain until Christmas Eve, and it did not truly resolve in America until the Civil War absorbed its energy into something even larger and darker. I wrote that down. Global financial collapse. First worldwide crisis. Glasgow banking failure. The same Glasgow where Rudolf Hess, 84 years later, would be quietly interrogated about repeating cycles in a room no one was supposed to know about. Then I read about May 10th, 1857. On that specific date, the 3rd Regiment of the Bengal Light Cavalry mutinied against the British East India Company in the town of Meerut, India, igniting what the British called the Indian Mutiny and what Indian historians called the First War of Independence. Within days, Delhi had fallen. Within months, the violence had spread across the subcontinent in a conflict that killed hundreds of thousands of people and fundamentally reorganized the British Empire. May 10th. In 1941, Rudolf Hess had parachuted into Scotland on May 10th. I sat with that for a very long time. Same date. 84 years apart. Both events involving empires at the edge of collapse. Both events dismissed by the official record as aberrations, as single men making inexplicable decisions, as historical accidents rather than historical inevitabilities. The mutiny at Meerut had seemed, to the British in the immediate aftermath, like a local incident that would be quickly contained. The Hess flight had seemed, to the British government in May of 1941, like a single madman's delusion. Both had turned out to be symptoms of something vast and irresistible that was already in motion. And then I found the SS Central America, the ship of gold, the steamer that departed Panama on September 3rd, 1857, carrying 477 passengers, 101 crew members, and 9 tons of gold freshly minted from California's gold rush, desperately needed by New York's failing banks to prevent the complete collapse of the American financial system. The gold that never arrived because on September 11th, a Category 2 hurricane caught the Central America off the coast of the Carolinas and sent her to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean in 2,134 meters of water, taking more than 400 lives with her. September 11th. 84 years after September 11th, 1857, would be September 11th, 1941. I checked. That was the day President Roosevelt delivered his famous shoot-on-sight radio address, the speech that effectively declared an undeclared naval war against Germany in the Atlantic, the speech that many historians consider the true beginning of American involvement in the Second World War. Weeks before Pearl Harbor formalized it, I had to get up from the table. I walked to the window and stood looking out at the Pearl District. In the rain, the lights on the Willamette Bridge smearing in the wet glass, and I breathed slowly and carefully the way you breathe when you are trying to hold on to something, some handhold on the ordinary world, before it lets go of you completely. When I sat back down, I looked at the artifacts recovered from the SS Central America wreck in the 1980s, because I needed to move the focus, needed to approach it from a different direction, needed data rather than dates for a few minutes. I found the photograph immediately. The recovery team that first dove the wreck in 1988 had pulled up, among the gold coins and luggage and sealed passenger trunks preserved in the cold, oxygen-deprived dark of the Atlantic floor, a daguerreotype, a metal plate photograph of a young woman. She was unidentified. She had been discovered not in a passenger cabin or a trunk, but in a pile of the ship's coal in the engine room, which made no sense given the value and fragility of a daguerreotype. The recovery team had nicknamed her the Mona Lisa of the Deep. Her identity had never been established. I enlarged the image on my laptop screen. She was perhaps 30 years old in the photograph, with the formal posture and careful expression the daguerreotypes demanded, because the exposure times required absolute stillness. She wore a dark dress with a high collar. Her hair was white, not the white of age, deliberately white, in the style of certain women of a certain European sensibility. Her eyes, caught in silver nitrate and mercury vapor 168 years ago at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, were looking directly at the camera with an expression that I recognized. It was the expression of someone waiting for a specific person to arrive. I pushed back from the table so hard that the chair scraped the hardwood and hit the bookshelf behind me, and 3 books fell, and I stood there breathing in the amber-lit kitchen of my Portland apartment, while the rain came down outside and the Willamette ran dark and fast toward the Columbia, and history piled itself on top of history in invisible layers, each one pressing down on the next, going back further than I had any framework to follow. I called my mother. She answered on the second ring, which she always does, because she keeps her phone beside her when she reads, which is always. She lives in Beaverton, 15 miles west, in the house where I grew up. She is 71 years old, and sharp as a primary source, and she has always known more about our family than she lets on, in the specific way of people who believe that some information is better stored than shared. I asked her, without preamble, what she knew about my great-great-grandfather on my father's side, the one from the shipping family, the one whose portrait used to hang in the hallway before my parents renovated, and she moved it to the attic, where it had been ever since, because, she had always said, it made her uncomfortable. She was quiet for a moment that lasted just long enough to confirm something. His name was Thomas Webb, she said finally. He was a shipping merchant. He worked the Pacific trade routes out of San Francisco in the 1840s and 50s. I asked if he had any connection to the East Coast shipping trade, to any vessel making the Panama to New York run. Another pause. Longer this time. Marcus, she said, and the way she said my name told me she had been waiting for this question for a long time, in the particular way of people who know a thing is coming but cannot determine exactly when it will arrive. Why are you asking me this tonight? I told her I had found something in the archive. I did not tell her what. She went away from the phone for 3 minutes. I heard her moving through the Beaverton house, the familiar creak of the hallway floor, the particular sound of the attic stairs that I had not heard since childhood. When she came back, she was slightly breathless. I have something to tell you, she said. I found it in your father's papers after he died, and I kept it because I did not know what to do with it. And then years went by and it seemed easier to let it rest. There is a letter, from 1857, from Thomas Webb. He was supposed to be on the SS Central America. He had booked passage from Colon to New York on September 3rd. He missed the sailing by 1 day. He wrote to his wife from Havana, Cuba, to tell her he had been delayed and would take the next ship. I could not speak. He describes in the letter, my mother continued, and her voice had gone very quiet, very careful, the voice of someone reading aloud from something they do not fully understand, watching the Central America leave the harbor without him. And he writes one line at the end that has always disturbed me. He writes, I believe I was not meant to sail on that ship. I believe something is keeping the men of this family for a different purpose, in a different year. The rain came down harder against the window. A different year. 84 years later, a man named Harold Finch, a Portland shipping magnate with European connections and a locked cedar box of classified Glasgow transcripts in his West Hills house, had donated his entire estate to the Oregon Historical Society. 84 years after that, I was sitting in a Pearl District apartment with my great-great-grandfather's escape from a doomed ship in my ears, staring at a 168-year-old photograph of a white-haired woman who had been found in the engine room coal of that same ship at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, wearing the same expression I had seen on a woman's face that very morning in my own sealed archive. I asked my mother if Thomas Webb's letter mentioned anything else. She read me the last line of the postscript, slowly, as though she had memorized it years ago, and had been waiting for the right moment to say it aloud. He writes, if you are reading this and my name is not Thomas, then the calendar has turned again. Do not be afraid of what you find. Be afraid only of stopping before you reach the end. Outside, the Willamette Bridge lights continued their slow smear in the rain, patient and indifferent. The way rivers are patient and indifferent, the way time itself is patient and indifferent, moving always in the same direction, returning always to the same coordinates, finding, generation after generation, the same family waiting at the same address, the same blood pulling toward the same archive like iron to a magnet embedded deep in the year's turning core. I had 39 boxes left to open. Somewhere in one of them, I was almost certain now, was the reason I had been born in this city, into this family, trained in this discipline, hired by this institution, and placed in front of that first box, on this exact April morning, in this exact year, and somewhere in the sealed dark of the archive, in its climate-controlled 55-degree quiet, something that had been moving in 8 four-year circles since before the Republic was born, was completing its final revolution, coming around at last, to face the person it had been addressing all along. As my great-great-grandfather's letter settled into the legal pad beside the other evidence I had accumulated over 48 hours, the calendar comparison, the Monarch advertisement, the Glasgow transcripts, the daguerreotype of the white-haired woman from the Atlantic floor, I understood, for the first time, that the pattern was not a mystery to be solved. It was a message being delivered. And part 5 of a 6-part message, by definition, means the ending is close. I went back to the archive on Saturday morning. I told myself I went because the uncatalogued boxes were my professional responsibility and I was behind schedule. I am a good enough archivist to know when I am lying to myself about primary sources. I went back because box 32 was waiting, and something in my blood, something with 84 years of momentum behind it, made walking away feel physically impossible. The way walking away from your own name is impossible. The drive from the Pearl District to the Historical Society took 11 minutes in the early morning quiet of a Portland Saturday. The Willamette was running high from the week's rain, gray and purposeful, and the Burnside Bridge was almost empty of traffic, which gave the whole city the quality of a place between one state and another, not fully awake, not fully dreaming. I parked in the empty lot and sat in my car for 3 minutes before going inside. The security logs showed no anomalies. The building was exactly as I had left it Friday evening. The climate-controlled storage room was at 65 degrees and 45% humidity, as always. Box 32 sat in its place on the steel shelf. Harold Finch's handwriting on the label precise and impersonal, the way wealthy men's handwriting often is, trained to communicate without revealing. I put on my archival gloves, opened the box, and found a photograph. Not a daguerreotype. Not a wartime document or a shipping ledger. A photograph taken with a 35mm camera, black and white. The kind of photograph made in the 1950s with a Soviet-manufactured Zorky camera. I knew the specific quality of a Zorky print immediately because I had spent 6 months cataloging Soviet photographic archives during a fellowship at the University of Washington in 2011. The grain was distinctive. The tonal range was distinctive. The photograph showed 9 young people in heavy winter clothing standing in deep snow on a mountain slope, smiling at the camera with the uncomplicated happiness of people who do not yet know what is about to happen to them. Behind them, the Ural Mountains of Russia rose in pale winter light, vast and indifferent, and very, very cold. I recognized the photograph immediately, not from memory, from the research I had done. In the weeks and months and years of archival work, when the Dyatlov Pass incident surfaced in the course of other projects, the way the worst historical events have a tendency to surface repeatedly, like bodies in moving water. 9 experienced Soviet hikers, led by 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov, who had set out from Yekaterinburg, Russia, on January 23, 1959, bound for Mount Otorten in the northern Ural Mountains, who had established their final camp on the eastern slope of Kholat-Syakhl, a mountain the indigenous Mansi people called Dead Mountain, on the evening of February 1st, who had, sometime in the hours before dawn on February 2nd, cut their tent open from the inside with knives and fled barefoot and barely dressed into temperatures of negative 30 degrees Celsius, leaving behind their shoes, their food, their survival equipment, and any rational explanation for what had driven them out. 6 had died of hypothermia. 3 had died of physical trauma so catastrophic that Soviet investigators compared it to the force of a high-speed vehicle impact, despite there being no vehicle, no attacker, and no tracks other than their own in the snow. 1 hiker, Ludmila Dubenina, was found with her tongue removed. 2 were missing their eyes. Several had clothing that showed traces of radioactive contamination. The Soviet inquest concluded that death had been caused by a compelling natural force, closed the file without naming that force, classified the records, and sent the case into an archive from which parts of it never returned. The investigation had been led by a prosecutor named Lev Nikitich Ivanov. I turned the photograph over with hands that were steadier than they had any right to be. On the back, in Harold Finch's handwriting, was a date, February 2nd, 1959, and below the date, a single line received from Eli Sixplovk, March 1959. Eli Lev Ivanov, the lead investigator of the Dyatlov Pass incident, had sent this photograph to a Portland shipping magnate 6 weeks after the hikers died, before the Soviet files were classified, before the case was officially closed, in the window between discovery and suppression when a man who knew what he had seen might still have chosen to send evidence somewhere. It could not be erased. I sat with this for a long time. Long enough for the storage room to feel smaller than it had when I entered it. Long enough for the specific quality of the silence and the climate-controlled archive to shift from comfortable to absolute. February 2nd, 1959. Exactly halfway between 1941 and 2025. Halfway through the current 84-year cycle. The midpoint. The hinge. The Dyatlov hikers had died at the exact center of the pattern, on a mountain called Dead Mountain, fleeing something that left no tracks and no name, something that Soviet investigators, in the formal language of an official inquest, had called a compelling natural force, which was the bureaucratic equivalent of admitting they could not describe what they had found. In 1990, 31 years after the deaths, Lev Ivanov had published an article in a regional newspaper. I had read a translated excerpt during my Washington fellowship. In the article, he admitted publicly for the first time that his investigation team had witnessed glowing orange spheres floating above the mountain on the night of February 2nd, and that he had received direct orders from high-ranking regional officials to exclude this detail from the official report and never discuss it again. He had obeyed those orders for 31 years. And then he had retired, and he had written the article anyway, and he had died 6 years later. And his daughter had eventually donated the negatives from one of the hikers' cameras to the Dyatlov Foundation in Yekaterinburg. But before any of that, in March of 1959, he had sent one photograph to Harold Finch in Portland, Oregon. A man he knew from the Pacific trade routes, a man whose family had been keeping certain kinds of records for a very long time. I stood up and carried the photograph back to my desk, and I set it down beside my laptop. And I opened the browser, and I searched for the most recent Dyatlov Foundation news. The result at the top of the page had been posted 6 days ago, dated April 19, 2025. A researcher named Vladislav Karelin had presented 2 previously unpublished photographs at a meeting in Yekaterinburg, Russia. The photographs had been found pressed between pages in a notebook belonging to Evgeny Maslenikov, the head of the original 1959 search operation, hidden between pages that had been stuck together for 66 years. No one had known the photographs existed. They had been found in May of 2025, which was this month, which was now. I looked at the Zorky print in my hand, then at the news article on my screen, and then I became aware of a sound that should not have been possible in the sealed, soundproofed, climate-controlled, dehumidified interior of the Oregon Historical Society's document storage facility. Breathing, not my breathing, slower than my breathing, and in a different rhythm, measured and patient, and coming from the direction of the steel shelves where the 45 remaining boxes of the Finch estate sat in their careful rows. I did not move for a long moment. The training of 20 years of archival work, the discipline of a profession that values precision over reaction, kept me at my desk. I noted the sound. I noted its qualities. I noted that it was inconsistent with the physical properties of a climate-controlled room, which circulates air through sealed vents and produces no sound distinguishable as respiration. I noted that it was getting closer. And then every light in the building went out. Not a flicker, not a gradual dimming, an absolute instantaneous transition from fluorescent brightness to total darkness, the kind of darkness that only exists in truly sealed spaces, windowless rooms where no ambient light reaches, the kind of darkness that has texture and weight and the specific intimacy of something that knows it has you completely. In the darkness, the breathing continued, steady and unhurried, approximately 8 feet from where I sat. I reached for my phone, which was on the desk beside the photograph, and I turned on the flashlight, and I swept it across the room in the direction of the shelves. The boxes were undisturbed. The room was empty. The dehumidifiers were running, their hum unchanged, which meant the power had not actually failed, which meant the lights had gone out in the specific way that lights go out when something interferes with them directly, rather than cutting the supply at the source. The breathing had stopped at the same moment the flashlight came on. On the wall beside the shelves, in the beam of my phone's flashlight, there was handwriting that had not been there when I entered the storage room. Not pencil on paper, not ink on a document. It was written directly on the painted concrete wall, in what looked, in the white LED light, like ash, gray and dry and fine, as though something had pressed its fingers against the wall and drawn the letters slowly, with the patience of something that has no reason to hurry. It said, "Do not open the last box alone." I stood in the white beam of my phone's light, in the sealed, soundproofed, dehumidified silence of a room that contained no one but me, and I counted the boxes on the shelf. I had cataloged through box 32. There were 15 boxes remaining on the last shelf, the final box in the row, the one at the far right end of the bottom shelf, was labeled in Harold Finch's handwriting like all the others. But someone had added a second label beneath Finch's, newer and cleaner and in a hand I had not seen before. Not the penciled hand of the civil defense pamphlet, not Eleanor Voss, not Thomas Webb, not anyone whose handwriting I had catalogued in 48 hours of evidence gathering. The second label said only 7. I had mapped the cycle back through 6 previous completions: 1857, 1773, 1689, 1605, 1521, 1437. 7 repetitions of 84 years, each one leaving marks in documents the way Eleanor Voss had described it, the way water leaves marks in stone, each one addressed, ultimately, to the archivist who would be standing in this position at the end of the 7th turn. The final box bore the number of the cycle. The final box bore a warning from something that had been arranging this moment since before the American Republic existed, and the warning was not, "Do not open it," which would have been a refusal, a door closed. It was specifically, precisely, and with the particular care of something that has thought this through very carefully across multiple human lifetimes, do not open it alone. Because whatever was in that box, whatever had been placed there at the end of the 7th passage, whatever had been addressed to me by name on the back of a Glasgow transcript, and encoded into the letter of a great-great-grandfather who missed a doomed ship by 1 day, and knew somehow that his blood would carry the obligation forward, it required a witness. History, in my professional experience, always does. I took out my phone, and I called the one person I should have called 48 hours ago. The one person whose number I had kept in my contacts for 6 years without ever using it. The way you keep a thing for exactly the moment you know, without being able to explain how you know that you will need it. My ex-wife Claire answered on the first ring. "I know," she said, before I could speak. "I have been waiting for you to call." Outside the sealed building, Portland turned slowly under a sky that had gone the particular shade of iron gray that arrives just before something breaks. That transitional color between one state of the atmosphere and another, when the pressure has been building long enough that the air itself becomes aware that something is about to give way. I had 15 boxes to go, and whatever was in the last one had been waiting, with the infinite patience of something measured in centuries rather than years, for me to finally stop being afraid of it, and bring someone who would believe me when I described what I found. As Claire's headlights swept across the Oregon Historical Society's parking lot just after 8 o'clock on that Saturday night, cutting through the late April rain in 2 pale arcs that made the wet asphalt look briefly like the surface of a dark river, I was standing at the building's entrance with the legal pad under my arm and my hands, for the first time in 4 days, completely still. She had not asked me why she needed to come. She had not asked what was in the building. She had driven the 15 miles from her apartment in northwest Portland through the rain without asking anything except one question. The same question she had always asked whenever I disappeared into an archive, and came back looking like a man who had read something he could not unread. She asked it again, as she came through the front door and shook the rain from her coat. "How deep are you in?" "All the way," I said. She nodded, the way Claire nods when something confirms a thing she has suspected for a long time, and she followed me through the building's corridors to the storage room without another word. She's an environmental scientist. She studies coastal erosion along the Oregon coast, the way the land gives way to the water, the long, slow argument between solid ground and moving sea. She has spent 15 years measuring things that move so slowly the change is invisible, until suddenly it is not. Until the bluff edge that was 40 meters from the high tide line is 6 meters from it. And then nothing. She understands patient processes the way I understand primary sources. which is to say she understands them in her blood rather than in her training, is one of the reasons we were never able to stay apart for very long, even after we were no longer married. I showed her everything: the legal pad, the photographs of the Glasgow transcripts, the Zorky print of the 9 Dyatlov hikers, the daguerreotype of the white-haired woman at the bottom of the Atlantic, the archived image of the 1961 Portland Golf Club photograph with Eleanor Voss standing beside Harold Finch in his cedar satchel and his locked house full of history, the ash writing on the storage room wall which was still there, unsmudged in letters formed with the particular deliberateness of something that wanted to be read and not doubted. Do not open the last box alone. Claire stood in front of it for a long time. She did not touch it. She is a scientist. She looked at it the way you look at evidence you cannot yet classify, with the specific patience of someone who knows that the categories you have will sometimes fail you, and that when they do, the honest response is not to force the data into a box it does not fit, but to wait for a larger understanding to arrive. Then she turned to the final shelf, to the box labeled 7 in the unknown hand, and she looked at me. "All right," she said, "let's see what has been carrying." I lifted the box from the shelf. It was lighter than I expected, lighter than any of the other Finch estate boxes, which had ranged from the dense weight of ledgers and contracts to the modest heft of photograph collections. This one felt almost empty, the way an envelope feels almost empty when it contains a single folded sheet of paper and nothing else. I set it on the reading table and opened the lid. Inside, wrapped in cloth the color of old cedar, was a book. Not a ledger, not a bundle of correspondence. A personal journal, bound in dark green leather. The kind of journal that is made to last, stitched rather than glued. The kind that a person chooses when they intend what they are writing to outlive them by a very specific margin. The cover bore no title, no author, no date. The leather had the particular warmth of something that has been held many times, worn smooth, not by age, but by hands. I put on my archival gloves and opened it. The first entry was dated December 17th, 1773, the day after the Boston Tea Party. The handwriting was the same as the pencil in the civil defense pamphlet, the same as the note found with the Monarch advertisement in 1941, matched across 2 continents by the Edinburgh handwriting analyst. The same precise, patient, unhurried script that had been placing its marks in documents for 252 years. I read the first entry aloud slowly, because Claire needed to hear it, and because reading aloud is the oldest form of archival transmission. The way knowledge moved before it was written down and the way it moves most truly even now. The entry read, "The Eleanor has sailed. What was needed has been done, and the record is set. The pattern turns again from here, as it turned before, and will turn again. And I leave this account for the one who will find it at the 7th completion, as I was told the 6th would leave it for me, and the 5th for the 6th, going back to the 1st to set the watch. I am not what you will have imagined me to be. I am not a ghost. I am not a spirit or a haunting or a thing that defies the laws of the physical world. I am a woman who has outlived every person she has ever loved, and who has found, in the long patience of that survival, a purpose that I would not have chosen and cannot now relinquish. I was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, in 1703. I do not know why I do not age. I have consulted the best minds of every century available to me, and not one of them has given me a framework that satisfies. I have been a subject of curiosity, of experiment, of fear, and finally, at the age that I appear to be, which is somewhere in the late 4th decade, I am simply a fact. The way the tides are a fact, without explanation but not without purpose. My purpose is this: to mark the documents, at every completion of the 84-year cycle, in the years when history reaches the particular pitch of noise and crisis and overwhelming enormity that causes most people to look away. I place marks in the archive, not to warn, not to predict, but to record that someone was paying attention, that someone, in the middle of the worst the world could produce, chose to notice the pattern rather than be destroyed by it. That the evidence of human attention persists. That the archive survives. I have done this 6 times. I was in Boston Harbor in 1773 because the Eleanor needed a witness. I was in Meerut, India in 1857 because the mutiny's first day needed a witness. I was in New York when the panic spread across the telegraph wires. I sat across a table from Rudolf Hess in Glasgow, and I asked him what he knew, because he knew more than his interrogators did, and his answer needed to be preserved. I stood on Kholat Syakhl in 1959, and I do not speak of what I saw there, but I witnessed it, and the witness is in a place where it will be found when it should be found, and I have been in your archive, Marcus, because your archive is where this cycle ends, and you are who this cycle ends with. The 7th completion is different from the others. Every previous archivist, the 6 who came before you in this role, the 6 who found the marks and followed the thread, all of them stopped at the discovery. They found the journal or its equivalent in their era, and they read it, and they set it down, and they went home, and they lived the rest of their lives with the knowledge that history is a pattern, and they had touched the edge of something vast and indifferent and older than any institution that has ever tried to contain it. They did not finish the work. The work is this: the record of 7 completions, spanning 588 years, from the year before this journal began to the year in which you are reading it, must be compiled and placed in an archive that will outlast this building, this city, and this iteration of the civilization that built both, not as a warning, not as a prophecy, as evidence, as proof, documented and sourced and cross-referenced and preserved according to archival best practice, that human attention is the one thing the pattern cannot erase. The evidence of attention is the only thing that has ever survived. I am leaving you this journal, Marcus Webb, and I am leaving you the 46 boxes of primary sources I have spent the last 84 years assembling, collecting from archives and estates and classified records and the sealed personal papers of the dead, all of it corroborating, all of it pointing in the same direction, all of it telling the same story in 46 different voices, from 46 different moments across 588 years of the world, arranging itself into familiar catastrophe, and surviving anyway. Your work is not to stop the pattern. The pattern does not stop. The pattern is not your enemy. The calendar is not a curse. It is a reminder that the world has been here before, and survived, and will be here again, and that in every iteration of the 84 years there are people in archives, and on coastlines, and at kitchen tables with legal pads, people who notice, who document, who witness, who refuse to look away. That is all history asks of the living. Notice it. Write it down. Give it to someone who will know what to do with it. You will know what to do with it. You will have always known. That is why your family has been keeping records since Thomas Webb wrote his letter from Havana in 1857 and felt, in the salt air of a harbor from which a doomed ship had just sailed without him, the particular clarifying weight of a purpose that was not chosen but was not, for that reason, any less true. The journal will tell you the rest. Read it all. Then compile the record. Then place it where it will survive. You will not be alone in the work. You brought a witness, as the message instructed. The witness will know what to do with the evidence in a form that I would not. She understands erosion. She understands the long, slow argument between what persists and what gives way. I will not appear to you again. You have everything you need. Do not be afraid of the year. Be what the year requires. I stopped reading. The storage room was very quiet. The dehumidifiers ran their slow, steady hum, keeping the air at exactly the conditions required for long-term preservation. Claire was sitting across the table from me with her hands flat on the surface and her face carrying the particular expression of a scientist who has encountered a data set that does not fit any existing model and has decided, with a particular courage that real scientific thinking requires, to build a new model rather than discard the data. She looked at the wall where the ash writing had been. It was gone. The painted concrete was clean and unmarked, as though nothing had ever touched it. She looked at me. "How long do you think it will take," she said, "to compile the record? All 47 boxes, cross-referenced and sourced." I thought about it. 20 years of archival experience. 47 boxes of primary materials spanning 588 years. A personal journal in the handwriting of a woman born in Edinburgh, Scotland in 1703, who had spent 3 centuries making sure the evidence survived. 2 years, I said, maybe 3. If you help with the coastal erosion and environmental data. She said the pattern leaves physical marks, not just documentary ones. You would know where to look. Claire was quiet for a moment. Outside the sealed building, the late April rain came down over Portland with the patience of something that has been doing this for a very long time, and expects to be doing it for a very long time more. Steady and gray and entirely without urgency. "You know what this is," she said finally. Genuinely. Not the supernatural elements. Not the impossible woman. Not the handwriting that spans centuries. Underneath all of that, you know what the actual truth of it is? I did know. I had known since I read Thomas Webb's letter aloud over the phone to my mother in Beaverton, since I heard in the old formal cadence of a mid-19th century man writing from a Cuban harbor, the same voice that runs through every primary source I have ever held, the voice that is not any individual person, but is every person who ever chose to write down what they witnessed rather than let it pass unnamed into the dark. The truth underneath the impossible woman and the self-addressing documents in the handwriting that should not exist across 2.5 centuries was this: the archive survives because people decide it will. Not institutions. People. One at a time. In basements and sealed rooms, and climate-controlled storage facilities and kitchen tables at 3 in the morning, with legal pads and archival gloves, and the specific, unglamorous discipline of someone who has decided that paying attention is not a minor act, that noticing is not passive, that the evidence of human witness is the one thing the pattern of history cannot erase, because every time a calendar turns and the world reaches the particular pitch of fear and noise and overwhelming enormity, there is always someone in an archive, somewhere, who writes it down. I picked up the journal. I picked up the legal pad. I looked at the 46 remaining boxes on the steel shelf, lined up in their careful rows, each one labeled in the handwriting of a dead man who had carried this forward 1 generation so that it could reach me, and each one full of the documented evidence of 588 years of the world arranging itself into crisis and surviving. "All right," I said. The same 2 words Claire had used when we stood before the last box. "Let's get to work." The Willamette ran south toward the Columbia in the April dark. The rain moved across Portland with the unhurried confidence of something that knows the city well, that has seen it through many Aprils, that does not expect to stop seeing it through many more. In the sealed archive, 2 people began the long, patient, necessary work of taking what had been preserved and giving it the form that would allow it to outlast everything that tried to make the world feel like it was ending. The calendar would turn again in 84 years. It always did. And in 84 years, someone would find what we left them. They always did. That is the thing about the archive. It does not forget. It does not lose faith. It does not flinch at the size of what it is asked to hold. It simply continues in the precise, unglamorous, essential work of keeping the record, year after year, cycle after cycle, in the particular and undefeatable faith that what happened matters, that what was witnessed deserves to be remembered, and that the human impulse to say, "This occurred and I was here and I saw it," is not a minor thing in the face of history. It is the only thing that has ever outlasted it. Something moved my marker. When I tell people what I found in the basement of the Aldermore farmhouse, they go quiet in a particular way, not the wide-eyed silence of someone entertained by a good campfire story. A different kind of quiet. The kind that comes when the rational part of your mind tries very hard to offer an explanation and comes back empty. What you are about to hear is an account submitted to us by a woman named Claire Harmon. Claire is 31 years old. She was, at the time of these events, employed as a licensed professional surveyor working for a land assessment firm in rural northwest Pennsylvania. She submitted her account in writing, first to a private group for people who work in isolated professional environments and have experienced things they cannot explain. That post was removed by the moderators after 22 hours. The archived version reached our team through a third party, and we reached out to Claire directly. She agreed to let us read her account. She asked us not to include her employer's name or the exact road on which the Aldermore property sits. Those are the only conditions she placed on this story. Everything else, the dates, the details, the evidence she collected, and the final discovery she made, she wanted shared, exactly as she wrote it. We verified the property does exist. We verified that a survey was conducted on the date she mentions. We verified that a police report was filed. What we could not verify, what no one has been able to verify, is the most important part of all. The detail I want you to hold on to before this story begins is this. Claire's survey markers, 42 of them, placed across a 7-acre plot over a period of 3 days, were moved. Precisely moved. Not disturbed the way animals disturb them, not shifted by ground frost or root pressure. Moved to entirely new positions, with a degree of precision that her instruments confirmed required a professional-grade total station, theodolite, and the specific baseline data from her own survey notes, which were in a locked case inside her truck. Someone moved them exactly 6 inches. Every single one. In exactly the same direction. Claire discovered this on the morning of day 4. She was alone. Her truck was the only vehicle that had accessed the property since she arrived. She is sharing this account because she has been unable to sleep consistently since that week in October 2022, and because she found something in the basement of the abandoned farmhouse at the far end of the Aldermore plot that she has never been able to explain. Neither could the state police officer who attended the scene. His report, which Claire obtained through a public records request 8 months later, contains a 3-word addendum at the bottom of the witness statement section that was not there when she first received her copy. I will tell you what those 3 words are when we get there. This is Claire's account. I want to explain what a land survey actually involves before anything else, because I think people hear the word surveyor and picture a person standing on a roadside holding a tripod. The reality is more solitary than that. The reality, in the fall of 2022, was that I spent between 8 and 14 hours a day alone, on parcels of land that nobody had formally documented in decades, sometimes longer. I'd been doing this work for 6 years by that October. I had my licensure, I had my own portable equipment kit, and I had a reputation within the firm for being reliable on difficult properties. The ones with unresolved boundary disputes, missing historical benchmarks, or terrain that made traditional methods complicated. Those are the assignments that go to the person most comfortable working alone in places that are not comfortable to be. I am not skittish. I want to be clear about that. I grew up on the eastern edge of Erie County. I have worked overnight surveys on active construction sites. I have navigated flood-mapped fields in the dark with nothing but instrument lights and my headlamp. I am also a woman who works frequently without phone signal, without a team, and without any reliable way to contact the outside world for stretches of several hours at a time. I have spent years training myself not to be jumpy about that. So, when I tell you something felt wrong at Aldermore from the first morning, I want you to understand that I have spent 6 years deliberately suppressing that kind of instinct in the interest of getting work done. I am not prone to unease. I am not the kind of person who imagines things. The Aldermore property was a 7.3-acre irregular parcel in Venango County. The access road was a gravel track off a county route I will not name, bounded on 3 sides by woodlime and on the 4th by a decommissioned agricultural fence. The estate that owned it had been in a legal dispute for 11 years, following the death of the original owner, a man named Victor Aldermore, who died in 2011. His 2 surviving adult children had contested the estate for over a decade, and the dispute had finally, in late 2022, reached the point where the court required a formal boundary survey before any disposition could proceed. That was why I was there. Not because the property was interesting, not because it had any particular features. Court-ordered surveys are routine. They are not glamorous. They are methodical and slow, and they require that every piece of data be defensible in a legal setting. I arrived on a Monday morning in the second week of October. The sky was the color of old pewter and the trees had not fully turned yet. There were still patches of dark green in the canopy, but the understory was stripped, and the wind came off the ridge to the north in long cold gusts that carried the smell of leaf rot and wet clay. The property had not been actively maintained in at least a decade. The fence line was swallowed by brush in several places. A structure, the farmhouse, which I later learned had been built in the 1930s, sat at the far western edge of the parcel, visible from the access track as a dark mass behind a row of overgrown ornamental shrubs that had long since lost any original shape. I did not go near the farmhouse on the first day. My work begins with control points and baseline establishment, and the house was not relevant to any of that. I set up my total station at the northeast corner of the parcel, ran my first traverse measurements, and began placing fluorescent marking flags at the intervals required by the survey plan. The flags are small, approximately 12 inches of slender steel wire with a bright orange plastic tab at the top. You push them into the ground at precise coordinates. You record each placement with your instrument. You number them. You move on. By the end of the first day, I had placed 14 markers and completed the northeastern third of the parcel. I photographed my work, noted no access to the property beyond the main track, and returned to the budget motel in Franklin where I was staying for the week. The first thing that I noticed, and dismissed, was a smell. Not from the farmhouse. Not from anywhere identifiable. It came and went in the second half of the afternoon, moving with the wind, just below the threshold where I would have called it strong. It was organic, and it was specific in the way that some smells are specific without being nameable. Not rot exactly. Not decay. Something older than decay. Something that had been there a long time. I attributed it to the wetland at the western boundary of the property. Peat bogs and reed beds produce sulfurous compounds that can smell surprisingly animal under certain wind conditions. I noted it in my site log and thought nothing more of it. I should have thought more of it. Wave 1. Initial oddness on the second morning. I arrived at 7:45 and walked directly to my first control point to recheck my benchmark before beginning the day's work. This is standard practice. Equipment settles, ground conditions change, and any competent surveyor will verify their starting data before continuing a multi-day job. My control point, a steel pin I had driven into the ground at the northeast corner with a reflective cap, was correct. The coordinates confirmed against my field notes exactly. But when I moved to my first line of flags, the 14 I had placed the previous day, I counted only 13. I walked the line twice. I went back to my field notes. I had placed 14 markers along the northern boundary traverse. One was missing. The position that should have held marker 7 was empty. There was a hole in the ground where the wire had been pushed in. A clean circular hole, the right diameter for the flag's steel stem, approximately 3 inches deep. The flag itself was nowhere within visual range. Flags fall out. They get caught by mower blades on maintained land, pulled by curious animals on unmaintained land, blown by strong wind if they are not pushed deeply enough. I went back to my notes. Marker 7 had been placed in a depression between 2 root masses. Wind would not have moved it. The hole was not the distorted shape of a pulled marker. It was a precise extraction, a clean vertical withdrawal. I noted the missing flag, replaced it from my supply kit, and continued working. That afternoon, around 2:15, I was working along the western boundary, the section closest to the farmhouse. when I had a sensation I cannot describe precisely as anything other than the certainty that I was being watched. Not a sound, not a movement, just a change in the quality of the air behind me, the way you can feel a doorway open in a room without seeing it. I turned around. The tree line to the south was empty. The shrubs along the western edge of the property were still. The farmhouse, now roughly 90 meters to my north, its dark windows facing the field, showed nothing in any of its visible openings. I stood still for approximately 45 seconds. Nothing moved. I returned to my work. At 4:42, I know the time because I logged it. I heard a sound from the direction of the farmhouse. A single short sound. Not mechanical. Not an animal call. Closer to the sound a piece of furniture makes when it shifts weight across a wooden floor. The farmhouse had been abandoned for at least 11 years. I wrote it down. I finished the day's work. I left. Wave 2. Undeniable, on the morning of the third day, I arrived at 7:30 and walked my completed flag lines before setting up my instrument. 22 of my 29 placed markers had moved. I want to be precise about what I mean. They had not been pulled and replaced carelessly. They had not been knocked sideways or scattered. Each affected marker was standing upright, orange tab facing the same direction as I placed it, pushed to the same approximate depth. The only difference was the position. Every marker that had been moved was displaced from its recorded coordinate by a distance I could not yet precisely confirm without running measurements. But that was visually apparent as consistent, perhaps 6 inches, perhaps slightly more, in a direction that appeared to be due west. I did not panic. I want to be clear about that, because looking back I can see how a person might have panicked at that point, and I did not. What I felt instead was a kind of professional stubbornness, a narrowing of focus that carries me through difficult sites and difficult clients and surveying problems that resist easy solutions. I crouched in front of the first displaced flag. It sat at approximately the 200-meter point of my northern traverse, at a position that should have corresponded exactly to the logged coordinate, and I looked at the ground around it. The soil showed no disturbance ring of the kind you would expect from a pulled and reinserted marker. When you withdraw a stake from ground, particularly soft October ground, you break the soil structure around the hole. You leave a rough edge. The soil settles back, but not cleanly. There is always a slightly disturbed rim around the hole where compaction has been interrupted. This marker's base showed a rim that was smooth, settled, as though it had been in this position long enough for the soil to relax back into contact. But it had been in the correct position the evening before, documented and photographed. I checked a second flag. The same. A third. The same. Clean base. Settled soil. No disturbance ring. No indication of withdrawal and reinsertion. The markers looked as though they had grown where they stood. I ran my instrument, checked every marker against its logged coordinate, and produced a table of displacement measurements. 22 of 29 markers displaced. Average displacement 6.1 inches. Direction 268 degrees magnetic, essentially due west within a margin of 2 degrees. The 7 markers that had not moved were clustered along the northeastern segment of my traverse, the area furthest from the farmhouse. This did not escape me. The displaced markers were concentrated in the western and southern portions of the parcel. As the crow flies, closer to the building. The precision of this was not incidental. Moving survey markers by chance, by wind, by animals, by ground movement, does not produce 6.1 inches of consistent westward displacement across 22 individual points spread across a 400-meter traverse. Ground movement does not discriminate between affected and unaffected markers along the same line. Frost heave moves markers vertically. Root pressure moves them laterally, but randomly. Animals do not pull markers out cleanly, transport them a precise fraction of a foot in a consistent compass direction, and reinsert them with the precision that would require a professional-grade total station to verify. To displace 22 markers by a consistent 6.1 inches in a consistent direction of 268 degrees magnetic requires the following things. You need my baseline data, the coordinates of the original marker positions. You need a functioning total station or equivalent instrument capable of measuring to sub-inch accuracy. You need the time to do the work. Minimum 2 to 3 hours for 22 points. Working alone, working in the dark, assuming you know the site well enough to move efficiently. And you need a way on to and off the property that left no physical trace. Someone had moved them. Someone with access to my survey notes. Because without my coordinate data, you cannot know where to move a marker to achieve this specific kind of consistent offset. My field notes were in a locked waterproof case inside my locked truck. The truck had not been touched. I checked for marks on the door seals, which I do as standard practice on isolated sites. Nothing. My truck was the only vehicle that used the access track. I would have seen tire marks in the gravel if another vehicle had entered. There were none. There were also no footprints in the soft ground along the northern boundary that did not match my own boot prints. I stood in the middle of the parcel for a long moment with my tablet in my hand and my displacement table on the screen, and I thought very deliberately about what the data was telling me. The data was telling me something that had no adequate explanation. I am trained to trust data over interpretation. When data conflicts with expectation, the data is not wrong. The expectation is wrong. I called the county sheriff's non-emergency line from my truck, where I had enough signal for a voice call. I explained the situation. Survey markers. Overnight displacement. No evidence of trespass. No physical explanation. I kept my voice level. I used professional language. The dispatcher was polite, and I could hear in her politeness the specific kind of diplomacy used when a caller's report does not fit any existing category of incident. She said she would note it and asked me to call back if I observed an individual on the property. I thanked her. I hung up. I replaced every moved marker. I reran every measurement. I photographed every marker in its new position, then in its corrected position after replacement. I was thorough and I was methodical. And I want you to understand that this thoroughness was not performed for any audience. It was how I hold myself together when the situation requires holding together. And I did not go near the farmhouse. Not yet. But I found myself, for the rest of that afternoon, working with my back to whatever was nearest, rather than turning away from it. Not a conscious decision. A physical adjustment. The kind your body makes when something in the environment registers as requiring awareness, even when your rational mind has not yet endorsed the concern. My body had already reached a conclusion. My rational mind was approximately 12 hours behind. Wave 3. Crisis point. At 11:20 on the morning of day 3, I was working along the southern boundary when my phone buzzed. No call, just a notification. I had 1 bar of signal, which surprised me because I had had none for the previous 2.5 days. The notification was from my site log application. It showed a GPS location ping from the survey data tag I attached to my instrument case. This is a small Bluetooth tracker I use to locate equipment if it is lost or misplaced on a large site. It was not on my instrument case at that moment. I remembered placing it in the outer pocket of my field bag before leaving the motel that morning. My field bag was on the ground 6 feet to my left. The location shown in the app was not my current position. It was not the motel. It was a coordinate approximately 90 meters to the north and 40 meters to the west of where I was standing. It was the farmhouse. I stared at that screen for what felt like a full minute. The application showed the tracker at an interior location within the footprint of the building, not outside near a window, not on the porch, but inside, in the northern portion of the structure, which from the outside corresponded to what I would later discover was the kitchen area above the basement door. My field bag had not left my side since I arrived. I had not set it down near the farmhouse. I had not been within 40 meters of the farmhouse since my arrival on the first morning. The tracker could not have been in the farmhouse and in my bag simultaneously. unless I was looking at a cached ping from before I arrived. But the timestamp was 11:19 a.m., 58 seconds before the notification arrived on my phone. The ping was fresh. The ping was current. I checked my bag. The tracker was there, in the outer pocket, exactly where I had put it. There was no damage to the tracker, no sign that it had been removed and replaced. The pocket zip was closed. The tracker's plastic casing was unscratched and dry. The application registered the location ping from a farmhouse for 11 seconds. Then it disappeared and re-registered in my current position, 6 feet to my right where my field bag sat on the ground. 11 seconds. I have gone back and thought about those 11 seconds many times. Whatever generated that location ping, whatever had caused the application to briefly report my tracker as being inside an abandoned building I was not in, resolved itself in 11 seconds and left. No physical evidence. If someone had borrowed my tracker, entered the farmhouse, and returned it without my awareness, they could not have done so in 11 seconds from a starting position more than 90 meters away, and they could not have done so without me hearing them, because the field was quiet enough that morning that I could hear the grass moving when the wind came off the ridge. I packed my equipment. I got in my truck. I sat in the cab with the engine running for 7 minutes before I made a decision. I called my supervisor at the firm and told him about the markers, not the tracker. I did not mention the tracker, because I could not explain it, and I was not willing to introduce something I could not explain into a professional conversation about a court-ordered survey. I told him about the markers. He was quiet for a moment, not a dismissive silence. He is a careful man, and then he said, very practically, that I should complete the survey as contracted, because the court timeline did not accommodate delays, and that I should avoid the structure on the property and contact authorities if I observed any person. After we hung up, I sat in the cab for another few minutes. The farmhouse was visible from the access track. I could see the roof line above the boxwood shrubs, dark gray against the pale October sky. The windows there were not broken and caught no light. They looked like closed eyes. I drove back out to the county route and sat in a gas station parking lot for 40 minutes and ate a convenience store sandwich without tasting it. And then I drove back to my motel, and I made a decision. I was going to finish the survey. I was going to be there one more day. And before I left, I was going to look in the farmhouse, not out of bravado, out of the particular kind of stubbornness that comes from spending 6 years alone in places that most people would not go, and deciding after every uncomfortable moment, after every dark field, and every late return, and every time my body registered something my rational mind was not ready to endorse, that I would not be the person who runs without understanding what she is running from. But that night in the motel I began researching. I ordered food I barely ate. I made a cup of terrible in-room coffee, and I sat at the small desk with my laptop and I started pulling every thread I could find. I started with what I could find about Victor Aldermore, the property's original owner. His obituary from 2011 was brief, the kind of obituary a small regional newspaper writes when no family member provides any particular detail. 73 years old, lifelong Venango County resident, described as having lived on his family property for the majority of his adult life. No mention of occupation, no mention of surviving spouse, which was notable because the estate dispute I had been briefed on involved 2 adult children, both of them from different mothers, neither of whom appeared to have had any formal relationship with Victor Aldermore that was documented publicly. The property records I could access through the county GIS portal showed the parcel had been in the Aldermore family name since 1958. Prior to that, the land had been transferred through several hands between 1920 and 1958, with a gap in recorded transfers between 1932 and 1944, which was unusual because property transactions do not stop during hard years, they just slow. A 12-year gap in any record is a document that has been lost, or a document that someone did not want to file. I could not find what happened to the Aldermore land during that 12-year window, but I noted it. because it felt like the kind of detail that mattered for reasons I could not yet articulate. Then I searched for incidents connected to the property. I used general search terms, the county name, the road corridor without the specific road, the surname Aldermore. What I found was thin, but not empty. A local news archive from 2004, behind a partial paywall, had a brief item about a missing persons case. A young man named Derek Holt, 24 years old, had gone missing in Venango County in the summer of 2003. He was last seen near an unnamed rural property in the county's northern corridor. He was never found. The case was listed as unsolved and cold as of the archive date. The article did not name the Aldermore property. But the northern corridor of Venango County is not large, and the description of the general area was consistent with the location I was working in. That was the first thread. The second thread came from a forum post, not Reddit, an older platform, a regional outdoors and hunting forum, dated 2007. The original poster had been bow hunting on land adjacent to a private parcel in what was clearly northern Venango County. He described an experience he called one of the strangest things I have ever seen in 20 years of hunting. He had set up a ground blind near a creek crossing that he had used for multiple seasons, and when he returned to the same location the following morning, the blind had moved, not collapsed, not knocked over, physically moved in one piece approximately 8 feet from where he had set it up the previous afternoon. No drag marks. No animal prints large enough to have moved a fully assembled ground blind. He posted 3 photographs. The blind was visible in all 3. The ground around it was undisturbed. The post had 4 replies. 2 were dismissive. 1 was genuinely interested. The 4th, from a user whose display name was Venango PD, retired, said simply, "You are not the first person to report something like that in that corridor." I would not go back there alone. The thread was 11 years old. The user had not posted since 2009. I took a screenshot of the thread. Then I kept reading. Case 1. The Baumgartner Survey Incident, Clinton County, Pennsylvania, 2014. Professional surveyor incidents of this kind are not as rare as I believed before I spent 2 hours searching specifically for them. The accounts are scattered, rarely cross-referenced, and almost never make mainstream news. What circulates between survey professionals is informal. A mention at a conference, a story in a regional professional newsletter, a private message board thread that lives and dies without much traffic. The subject does not have a name in professional culture. There is no workshop on it. There is no entry in the certification exam. You either encounter it and find your own way through, or you never encounter it and never need to. The Baumgartner incident is as close to documented as these things get. In the spring of 2014, a survey crew of 2, Nathan Baumgartner and his assistant Marcus Reeve, were conducting a boundary survey on a heavily wooded parcel in Clinton County, Pennsylvania, approximately 140 miles east of where I was working. The parcel contained an abandoned agricultural structure. The survey was court-ordered, related to an easement dispute between neighboring landowners. Nathan Baumgartner had been licensed for 17 years at the time. He is described in the professional forum posts he later made as methodical, experienced, and not someone who would characterize an incident of professional misconduct as anything other than that. His forum posts are written in the careful, specific language of a man who spent his career defending data in legal proceedings. He does not speculate. He does not editorialize. He reports. Baumgartner filed a complaint with the county sheriff's office on the second day of the survey, alleging that survey stakes placed the previous afternoon had been removed and reinserted at shifted positions overnight. His instruments confirmed the displacement was consistent and directional. In his case, approximately 4 inches due north across 11 of 17 stakes. The sheriff's report, which Baumgartner later shared with a professional forum, I found a reference to it in a linked survey forum thread, noted that no human tracks were found near the stakes, that the property had no recent access history, and that the gate securing the access road had been locked throughout the period in question. Baumgartner had the only key, The report also noted something that Baumgartner did not emphasize in his forum post, but that is visible if you read the document carefully. The stakes that had not been moved were, without exception, the stakes placed furthest from the structure. The affected stakes formed a loose perimeter around the building at varying distances. The unaffected stakes were on the property's outer boundary, more than 150 meters from the abandoned structure's foundation. This concentration of effect around the structure is not consistent with any environmental cause I can identify. Ground movement, frost, magnetic variation. None of these phenomena respect a 150-meter radius around a specific building foundation. None of them are drawn towards structures the way the displacement pattern suggests. No perpetrator was identified. No explanation was given. The survey was completed under protest. Baumgartner noted in his forum post that he had experienced a strong smell, described as chemical and old at the same time, not organic, throughout the second and third days of work, which he believed to be some kind of underground gas seepage. His post was titled, "Looking for anyone with similar experience on abandoned agricultural land." He received 2 private messages which he mentioned in a follow-up. He did not share the content of those messages. He described them only as not helpful in the way he had hoped. He never posted on that forum again. Marcus Reeve, the assistant, posted separately on the same forum 8 months later under his own account, and his post was brief. It said, "Nathan is not active here anymore. I am. What happened at that property did not end when the survey ended. I am still experiencing things I cannot explain. I am not comfortable posting details here. If anyone has had similar experiences, I would like to speak privately." His account was last active in 2016. He had been active on the forum regularly for the 3 years before that. The specific displacement pattern, consistent measurement, consistent direction, performed with precision that implied professional instrumentation, matched what I had documented at Aldermore in both scale and character. The smell, the sense of surveillance, the single abandoned structure, the inaccessible access history, the concentration of effect near the building. Every detail ran parallel to mine in the way that parallel lines run. The same direction, the same spacing, never touching. Case 2. The Hartfield property incident, upstate New York, 2018. In 2018, a woman named Sandra Oaks filed a formal complaint with the New York Department of Environmental Conservation related to an extended wildlife monitoring project she was conducting alone on a privately held parcel in Delaware County, upstate New York. Oaks was a wildlife biologist with 11 years of field experience. She had been granted a 30-day access permit to install and monitor motion-triggered trail cameras across the parcel as part of a graduate research project on black bear corridor usage. The parcel was heavily forested, irregularly shaped, approximately 600 acres, and had been privately held for decades without commercial development. The original landowner had died intestate 5 years earlier. The property was in the custody of a legal trust, while estate proceedings continued. This detail, the ownership limbo, the property sitting in a kind of formal non-possession, is one I have come to pay attention to in these cases. It appears with notable frequency. On day 9 of the 30-day project, Oaks discovered that 17 of her 28 installed cameras had been physically relocated. The cameras had been removed from the trees they were strapped to, moved an average of 12 to 14 feet in a consistent westward direction, and reattached to different trees with the original straps. The lenses were pointed at different angles from their installed positions. The reorientation was not random. Each lens, in its new position, was pointed toward the interior of the property, toward the western center, rather than toward the game trails they had been set to monitor. Something had turned them inward. 2 of the cameras had captured footage before being moved. Both cameras showed the same event, a period of complete visual disruption. Not darkness, not loss of signal, but a kind of rolling static distortion similar to lens interference from a direct light source, lasting approximately 4 minutes, after which the footage resumed with the camera in its new position. Oakes described the distortion footage in her complaint as resembling interference from a very strong electromagnetic source, the visual equivalent of holding a magnet close to an old television. She had no explanation for what the source might have been. The nearest power lines were approximately 3 miles from the eastern edge of the parcel. No person appeared in any frame. The static distortion had no identified cause. Oakes reported the incident to the DEC. Her permit was suspended pending an investigation. The investigation found no evidence of trespass, no tire tracks on the access trail, no footprints in the soft forest floor near the relocated cameras. Her permit was reinstated, but she did not return to the property. Her thesis was submitted with incomplete data for the affected site, and her committee accepted it on the basis that the data disruption was caused by documented equipment interference of unknown origin. In a blog post she wrote 18 months later, which I found through a Google search, Oakes described the most unsettling aspect of the incident as not the cameras but the photographs. She had been taking daily documentary photographs with a film camera, an old habit from a professor who believed digital data was too fragile for fieldwork, too easily corrupted, too easily lost. When she had the film developed after leaving the property, several images from day 8, the day before she discovered the move cameras, showed a second shadow. Not a person, a shadow cast at an angle inconsistent with the available light, present in the background of 6 separate frames across a 2-hour period. She had photographed herself in front of various camera locations as documentation, a standard practice for proving installation positions. In 6 of those self-portraits, taken facing different directions in different parts of the forest, the same shadow appeared, always at approximately the same distance behind her, always cast at an angle that did not correspond to the position of the sun at the recorded time of each image. She never identified what cast it. She submitted the photographs to the DEC as part of her complaint. They are referenced in the complaint record but were not included in any public documentation. Oakes says in her blog post that the DEC representative she spoke with about the photographs thanked her for including them, made no further comment, and never raised them again. She does not post about this subject anymore. Her blog has not been updated since 2020. Sandra Oakes currently teaches at a university in New England. She has declined all media inquiries related to the Hartfield project. I attempted to reach her through the university's department contact form. I received no response. Case 3. The Corrigan Brothers Case, Rural Montana, 2019. The Corrigan brothers, James and Patrick, 36 and 38 respectively, were experienced off-grid builders contracted to assess and begin site preparation on a parcel of remote land in Flathead County, Montana, that a private buyer had recently purchased. The parcel was approximately 90 acres of open land, transitioning to mixed conifer forest at its western edge, and the buyer intended to build a private residence. The Corrigan brothers had a decade of experience with exactly this kind of remote site assessment and preparation work. They were working with a third individual, a local equipment operator named Roy Esker, who drove out and back each day rather than camping on site with the Corrigans. Esker operated a compact excavator and the utility vehicle, and was responsible for clearing access routes and grading the initial building pad. He arrived each morning at around 7, worked alongside the brothers until early afternoon, and drove the 40 minutes back to his house in the nearest town each evening. He never spent a night on the property. The brothers camped in a 2-person tent at the eastern edge of the site, close to the access road. Their camp was orderly and well maintained. James Corrigan documented their presence with daily photographs for their client file, a practice they had adopted after a dispute on a previous project, so that their days of work were unambiguously recorded. On day 4, James Corrigan began experiencing what he described in a detailed personal account, later published on a private Substack he ran for clients and contacts in the building industry, as the sense of time running incorrectly. He was specific about this. He did not describe a feeling of time passing strangely in the vague dissociative way that boredom or routine can create. He described arriving at a section of the property in the morning, At a time he knew precisely from his phone, doing what felt like 2 hours of preliminary clearing work, and then checking his watch to find that 5.5 hours had passed. He described the reverse as well, checking his watch after what felt like a full afternoon of work and finding that 40 minutes had elapsed. He was not disoriented between these episodes. He felt, during the work periods, entirely normal. The work itself made sense, progressed logically, produced results consistent with the time he believed he was spending. Only the clock disagreed. This was not a medical episode. James Corrigan underwent a full neurological workup the following winter, MRI, EEG, full blood work, and received a clean bill of health. His physician noted no evidence of seizure activity, no evidence of temporal lobe dysfunction, no indication of any condition that would produce episodic disruption of time perception. Patrick Corrigan described the same experience beginning on day 6. He had not known about James's experience before he reported his own. The brothers had not discussed it. James, having kept the experience to himself rather than alarm his brother, was something he could not explain. When Patrick described what he was experiencing, James said he had been waiting for Patrick to bring it up for 2 days. Roy Esker, who drove out each morning and returned each evening, described nothing unusual. He consistently arrived to find the brothers working normally, the work progressing at reasonable speed, the site in good order. He noted in the brief account he later submitted to the property buyer that the brothers seemed tired in the mornings in a way that deepened as the week went on, as though they were not sleeping well despite having no complaints about the camp. Whatever was happening to the Corrigan brothers happened only when they were on the land, and specifically only when they were there for the full day into night. On day 9, James documented something different. He woke at 2 a.m. He checked his phone immediately, having begun to distrust his perception of time. I went to relieve himself outside the tent. The property was flat and clear in the immediate camping area, and the moon was full and in an open sky. He described the field as completely still. No wind, no sound, no movement of any kind. He described the stillness as the wrong kind of still. The kind that does not come from the absence of activity, but from the deliberate cessation of it, as though everything that had been present a moment before had simply stopped. Every stake they had driven into the ground to mark clearing boundaries, 41 of them, across a field of approximately 300 meters, had a shadow. Not unusual. Shadows from moonlight are common and often dramatic. But these shadows did not point away from the moon. They pointed toward it. Every single stake cast a shadow in the direction the light was coming from. He photographed it with his phone. He describes the experience of taking those photographs as surreal in its mundanity. He was standing in a field at 2 a.m., photographing shadows that pointed the wrong way, and the mechanical routine of framing and pressing the shutter was the only thing that kept the moment from feeling like the worst dream he had ever had. The photograph exists. I have seen it. Patrick Corrigan shared it privately with several people, one of whom shared it in a closed forum, where I eventually encountered a link. It shows what James described, 41 stakes in a moonlit field, each with a distinct shadow, each shadow extending toward the source of the light rather than away from it. The moon is visible in the upper left corner of the frame. The shadows point toward it. The ground is otherwise entirely normal. The tent is visible at the right edge of the frame, its shadow cast correctly away from the moon. Only the stakes are wrong. Only the things they had placed in the ground. James Corrigan and his brother broke camp and left the property the following morning. They forfeited their contract fee, a significant financial decision for a small independent operation, rather than remain one additional night. Roy Esker submitted his own account of the Corrigans' behavior to the property buyer, describing them as having experienced what he charitably called a collective episode of stress and exhaustion, and noting that the work they had completed was sound and the site was in good order. He clearly thought they had cracked under the pressure of remote work, and was not unkind about saying so. The buyer sold the property 6 months later without completing the build. The listing described it as a private wilderness retreat opportunity. James Corrigan has posted about the Flathead County experience several times, at increasing length, as the years have put distance between him and the events. He does not have an explanation. He has come to believe, this is from his most recent post, published in early 2022, that the property contains something that did not want to be changed, not developed, not measured, not recorded. Something that experienced the Corrigan brothers' presence as an intrusion, not of trespass, but of intention, the intention to alter the land. The word he used most often was territorial. I read that word and looked out the motel window at the darkness over the parking lot, and felt the particular cold of recognition that comes when someone else's words precisely describe something you did not yet have words for. Case 4. The Brennan Forestry Incident, County Wicklow, Ireland, 2020. This is the international case, and it is the one that stayed with me longest. In the summer of 2020, a forestry management assessor named Thomas Brennan was conducting a timber inventory survey on a private plantation in County Wicklow, Ireland, east of the Wicklow Mountains. The work required him to systematically mark and record trees over a large area, working alone over approximately 2 weeks. Brennan's account was submitted to an Irish paranormal research collective and later published with his permission in their annual casebook, which I found through a combination of searches. The account has been translated from the original Irish language submission. On day 5 of the survey, Brennan discovered that his painted markings, orange blazes applied with a spray can to selected trees, a standard inventory method, had changed color, not faded, not been painted over, changed. The orange blazes were still on the trees, but their color, when Brennan photographed them and compared the images to those from the previous day, had shifted. The photographs from day 4 showed vivid orange. The photographs from day 5 showed the same blazes in a deep, almost maroon red-brown, as if the pigment had been altered at a molecular level. Brennan reported this to his client. A laboratory analysis was run on paint chips taken from 3 marked trees. The analysis found that the chemical composition of the paint had partially reverted. The orange pigment had undergone a degradation process that typically takes 18 to 24 months, compressed into a single overnight period. No explanation was provided by the laboratory beyond noting the result as anomalous. Brennan described 3 additional elements in his account. First, a persistent sound he heard on days 3 through 7, always at the same time of day, approximately 20 minutes before sunset, a sound he described as rhythmic and slow, like something breathing in long cycles too large to be any individual animal. It came from no identifiable direction. It was present on calm days and on windy days equally. Second, on day 6, Brennan found the body of a hare at the center of a clearing he had passed through the previous afternoon. The hare was intact. There was no injury, no sign of predation. It was lying on its side in the exact center of the clearing, which was precisely circular, approximately 12 meters in diameter, surrounded by mature plantation conifers. The clearing itself had no natural explanation in the context of the planted forest. Brennan photographed it. The client had no record of any clearing in that position on their planting maps. Third, and most relevant to my own experience, Brennan described a sensation he called being recorded, not watched. Recorded. A specific quality of attention that felt, he wrote, archival rather than predatory. As though whatever presence existed on that land was not interested in harming him. It was interested in knowing him, in having permanent, detailed knowledge of him. He finished the survey. He has not returned to County Wicklow. The phrase he used, archival rather than predatory, was the phrase I read sitting in my motel room in Franklin, Pennsylvania, at 11:47 p.m. on the 3rd night of my survey of the Aldermore property, and I understood exactly what he meant. Expert context. Landscape anomaly research. The academic literature on landscape anomalies is thin. It is thin partly because the subject is interdisciplinary, in a way that makes it difficult to place in any one journal, and partly because the researchers who pursue it tend to find their funding difficult to sustain, their peer community skeptical, and their reputation for rigor subtly undermined by association with subject matter that mainstream science treats as either settled or unserious. But the literature exists, and it is more substantial than a casual search suggests. A geophysicist at a Midwestern university. I will not name the institution, because I want this to be about the information and not about whether you think the institution is credible, published a paper in 2016 in a Journal of Environmental Science, examining what he called persistent spatial resistant zones, areas of land that display measurably different physical properties from their immediate surroundings, including atypical electromagnetic readings, anomalous acoustic properties, and in several documented cases, documented discrepancies in the decay rates of organic markers placed on the surface. His paper did not invoke any paranormal framework. His conclusion was that these zones represented geological or geochemical features not yet fully characterized by standard surveying and geotechnical methods. He recommended further study. He was careful, cautious, and entirely within the bounds of conventional science. The paper received 11 citations in 5 years. It was not the kind of work that generates conferences. It did not generate a follow-up grant. The researcher, as far as I can determine, has not published on this specific subject since. But one cited study in his paper described exactly what I had been experiencing. Areas where human place markers showed consistent positional discrepancy that could not be attributed to environmental factors. The study's author proposed that strong local magnetic variation, not unusual in regions with subsurface iron-bearing rock formations, could in theory affect magnetized metal stakes. Survey stakes are typically galvanized steel. They are not strongly magnetic, but they have sufficient ferrous content to be theoretically influenced by a significant local magnetic anomaly. But he noted that the displacements observed exceeded what magnetic variation could account for by a factor of approximately 10, and that the consistent directionality was impossible to attribute to diffuse field effects. Magnetic anomalies do not push objects in a specific direction. They pull, and they do so uniformly toward the source. The kind of directed, consistent, precise lateral displacement I had documented at Aldermore, and the Baumgartner had documented in Clinton County, requires something other than passive magnetic influence. He used the phrase directionally oriented displacement. 6.1 inches, 268 degrees magnetic. My measurements could have been a case study in his paper. I then spent time reading about infrasound, very low-frequency sound waves below the threshold of human hearing, produced by some geological and meteorological processes, capable of causing a documented range of physiological effects including unease, anxiety, the sensation of being watched, and in high concentrations, visual disturbances including apparent hallucinations. Infrasound has been proposed as an explanation for reported experiences at various allegedly haunted sites, and some scientific investigation has confirmed elevated infrasound readings at such sites. The Aldermore area, close to subsurface gas and oil formations, in a corridor with known seismic microactivity, is the kind of location where naturally occurring infrasound sources might exist. The particular quality of unease I felt on the first day, the sense of being watched, the persistent alertness that did not have a specific object, all of these are consistent with documented infrasound effects. But infrasound does not move markers. Infrasound does not generate GPS pings. Infrasound does not score lines into concrete floors. Subsurface iron deposits create measurable anomalies. Venango County sits on the edge of Pennsylvania's historic oil and gas belt, a region defined by complex subsurface geology that includes significant iron-bearing strata alongside the petroleum-bearing formations that drove the county's 19th century boom. I knew this before the survey began. It had not seemed relevant. It seemed relevant now, just not sufficient. There is one more piece of expert context I want to share, because it came from an unusual source and I think it matters. I called a professor of geology at a Pennsylvania State University on the pretense of researching a professional paper on subsurface anomaly effects on survey precision, which is, technically, what I was doing. I described the displacement pattern I had documented. I did not describe the other things, just the data. The measurements, the direction, the consistency, the absence of environmental cause. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he said, "That is genuinely unusual." He asked several technical questions about the soil composition, the depth of the markers, the time between placement and discovery of displacement. I answered all of them accurately. Then he said something that I have returned to many times. He said, "There are formations in that region." He was referring to the Venango corridor, where the subsurface geometry creates what you might call a pressure gradient, not seismic, not magnetic in the usual sense, more like the land has a preferred shape, and things placed on the surface in a configuration that conflicts with that preferred shape experience a form of resistive force. It is very low energy, almost unmeasurable with standard instruments, but over time, or in certain geological conditions, it can produce small, consistent movements. I asked him if this had been formally studied. He said, "Not to any useful degree. The effect is too small to interest most geologists, too specific to interest anyone else." I asked him what he would call it. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Honestly, I would call it the land pushing back. Historical context, the Aldermore property and the gap in the record. The 12-year gap in the property records, 1932 to 1944, bothered me. I went back to the county GIS and the digitized deed archive, and I spent 40 minutes constructing a timeline that I then spent another 30 minutes staring at, because its implications took time to settle. The Aldermore parcel, prior to 1958, appears to have been part of a larger holding belonging to a family named Crane. The Cranes are documented in county records from 1920 to approximately 1932, after which they disappear from both the property records and the county tax rolls simultaneously. Not a gradual reduction in records. Not one family member dying, then another, then a final estate sale. Simultaneous cessation. The whole family, all at once, gone from every county record. A family of 5. The census data from 1930 confirms this. Harold Crane, age 44. His wife Margaret, age 39, and 3 children, ages 9, 12, and 16, simply stops appearing in any record after 1932. I cross-referenced the county death records. No death certificates for any Crane family member 1932 or the years immediately following. I searched the broader state records accessible through the digitized archive. Nothing. Harold and Margaret Crane and their 3 children are present in the 1930 federal census and absent from every subsequent record including the 1940 census. They pay taxes on the Aldermore property through 1931. No tax record exists for 1932. 5 people. No deaths. No sales. No migration records, though those are notoriously incomplete. No mention in any county newspaper archive that I could access. They were there and then, by every measure the official record provides, they were simply not. The land sat in a kind of legal limbo for 12 years before the Aldermore family acquired it in 1944, through what the deed describes as a court-ordered conveyance. The legal mechanism used when property has been abandoned, or when the ownership chain is interrupted and must be formally resolved by judicial authority, because no living owner can be identified to complete a voluntary transfer. The Crane family did not sell the land. They did not die in any way the county recorded. They were there, and then they were not. And 12 years later someone had to go to court to establish that nobody owned the land anymore, so that someone else could. I know that this could be explained. Families fled properties during the Depression, abandoned land, moved west or south in search of work, dropped off tax rolls as they dispersed. 12 years is a long time for a legal resolution. County records from the 1930s were inconsistent. I'm aware that there are ordinary explanations. But the farmhouse that Victor Aldermore grew up in, the one I entered on the 4th morning, the one with the basement wall covered in decades of measurement notation, was built by the Crane family. The county building records confirm a structure was erected on the parcel in 1926. Harold Crane's name is on the building permit. He built it. He lived in it with his family for at least 6 years that the records confirm. And then his family was gone, and the house sat empty for 12 years. And then a man named Victor Aldermore grew up in it and kept a record on its basement wall for decades. And that record extended to the day he died, and possibly beyond. I thought about that for a long time before I finally closed my laptop and tried to sleep. I did not sleep well. I arrived at the property on the 4th morning at 6:58, before full light. I had a plan. I was going to complete my remaining measurements. I had 8 markers still to place. And then, before I packed my equipment, I was going to enter the farmhouse. I told myself I was doing this for practical reasons. The farmhouse was technically within the boundary of the parcel I was surveying. A complete record of the site included the structure. Any competent surveyor would document the structure's position and condition as part of a thorough site assessment. These were the things I told myself. I knew I was going to that house because I had spent the night reading about cases I recognized, and because something in me had shifted from uneasy to something closer to compelled, and because I've spent 6 years choosing not to run from things that made me uncomfortable. And that habit does not stop on the 4th morning of a job just because the things making me uncomfortable have become difficult to explain. The property was still when I arrived. The air was cold and dry, without the wind of previous days, and the sky had cleared overnight to a deep pre-dawn blue that made the tree line very sharp against it. My breath made clouds. I stood at my truck for a moment and listened. There was nothing, not even birds. I noted this, but did not record it. I set up my instrument, placed my final 8 markers, and ran my verification measurements. Every marker I had replaced on the previous day was in its correct position. Nothing had been moved overnight. I do not know if that was reassuring or not. At 9:23, I put my instrument away, locked my truck, and walked across the field toward the farmhouse. The ornamental shrubs had been boxwoods, I think, once. They had grown to the height of the first floor windows and beyond, and the branches had thickened and knotted into each other so that the house was not visible from the east until you were within approximately 20 meters of the facade. Then the building opened up before you all at once, and I stopped walking. It was a 2-story structure, wood frame construction with a covered front porch, built in a style common to Pennsylvania farms of the 1920s. The exterior paint had almost entirely weathered away, leaving gray Silver Street wood visible across the entire face. The porch railings were intact. The front door was closed. 2 of the 4 visible ground floor windows were broken. 2 were intact, their glass so coated with interior condensation and exterior grime that they appeared solid. I stood at approximately 15 meters and looked at the house for about a minute. There was a smell. The smell from the first afternoon. The deep, specific smell I had attributed to the wetland. It was stronger here. It was coming from the house. I walked up the porch steps. They were solid. The boards had not rotted through. I tried the front door. The handle turned freely, and the door swung inward on its hinges without resistance, as if it had been opened recently. The interior was a standard farmhouse layout. Central hallway, rooms on either side, staircase to the rear of the hall. The floor was wooden dusty, covered in the kind of accumulated debris that accumulates over decades. Dead insects, fragments of plaster from a ceiling that had partially detached, a few pieces of furniture under dust sheets that had themselves grayed with age. Nothing had been recently disturbed. The dust on the floor was even and undisturbed except by my own footprints entering from the door. I walked the ground floor methodically. Kitchen at the rear. Sitting room to the left. A room that had been a study or an office to the right, with a collapsed wooden desk and 2 chairs. A door off the kitchen that led to a narrow utility space, and another door in the utility space. Heavy wooden, with a latch rather than a knob. A basement door. I stood in front of it and breathed. The smell was strongest here. Coming up from beneath the latch, a thin but distinct draft carrying that deep, old, specific smell. I lifted the latch and pulled the door open. Stone steps led down into darkness. My headlamp was in my jacket pocket. I put it on and descended. The Aldermore farmhouse basement was what you would expect from a 1920s construction. Rough stone walls, a poured concrete floor added sometime later. The pour was inconsistent in texture, suggesting it had been done in sections, probably not all at once. A ceiling low enough that I had to lower my head in several places. An oil furnace system long decommissioned against the south wall. Steel shelving units holding mason jars, most empty, a few with dark contents I did not examine. And something else. On the north wall of the basement, covering approximately 12 linear feet of stone surface, was a series of marks. Not graffiti, not paint. The marks appeared to have been made directly into the stone, cut, scratched, or in some cases pressed with what looked like a tool designed for the purpose. They were measurement marks. I know measurement marks because I make them. Surveyor's marks. The specific notation systems used to record coordinates, bearings, offsets, and reference points. The marks on the wall of that basement were not in a notation system I recognized in full. The conventions were slightly different from modern practice, closer to early to mid-20th century professional notation. But their nature was unmistakable. This was data. A record. A survey. The marks covered the wall in horizontal registers, each register separated by a ruled line that had been scored into the stone with precision. The numbers were dense. The bearings were dense. Whatever had been recorded here represented a very large quantity of measurement data for a parcel that, on its face, was a 7.3-acre rectangle, in the center of the wall, at approximately my own eye height. A different kind of mark had been made. Not measurement notation. An image of some kind. A figure, not human exactly, or not simply human. An outline, round-headed, standing upright, with lines radiating from it in all directions like a compass rose centered on a body rather than a cardinal point. Surrounding this figure, in concentric rings, were numbers that I realized, after a moment, were not coordinates at all. They were dates. The earliest date I could read, in a notation that used Roman numerals for the year, corresponded to 1928. The most recent date, in the outermost ring, written in ordinary Arabic numerals, was 2011. Victor Aldermore had died in 2011. I took photographs of every inch of that wall with my phone. Then I became aware, in the specific way you become aware of something without any single piece of sensory data triggering it, that I was not alone in the basement. I did not hear anything. I did not see anything. The sound of my own breathing was the only sound in the room, but the quality of the air had changed in the way I had experienced it in the field. That shift, that presence, that sense of a doorway opening. I turned slowly. The staircase. The staircase, the furnace, the walls empty, except for the following detail, which I want to describe as precisely as I can. On the concrete floor near the base of the stairs, where there had been no marks at all when I descended, there was now a line, a single scored line in the concrete, approximately 14 inches long, running from east to west. The line had not been there when I came down. I would have seen it. I had walked directly past that spot. It had not been there. Now it was. I left the basement. I left the house. I walked directly to my truck, and I drove off the Aldermore property without looking back. I called the state police from the county route, where I had signal again. I kept my voice level. I said I had discovered what appeared to be evidence of significant historical activity in an abandoned structure on a property I had been surveying under court order. I said I believed the authorities should inspect the basement of the structure before the estate proceedings advanced further. I did not mention the GPS tracker. I did not mention the scored line on the floor. I stuck to the wall and the dates and the measurement data because those were things I could photograph and hand to someone. A trooper arrived 40 minutes later. He was a straightforward man in his late 40s, unhurried. The kind of officer who has seen enough difficult and unusual things in rural work not to visibly react to new ones. He introduced himself and asked me to walk him through what I had found. I walked him to the farmhouse. I walked him through the ground floor. I showed him the basement door and then I let him descend first, because going back down those stairs a second time was something I needed a moment to prepare for. He had his own flashlight. He swept it across the basement, took it all in, the furnace, the shelving, the low ceiling, and then he moved to the north wall. He stood in front of it for a long time. He did not say anything for perhaps 2 minutes. He moved his flashlight slowly across the measurement notation, pausing at the central figure, then tracking the concentric rings of dates to the outermost ring. Then, he said, "When was this person born?" I told him. 1938, according to the obituary. He said, "So he was 6 when his family acquired this property." He did not say anything else for another minute. He took out his phone and began photographing the wall methodically, the same way I had. He had good instincts about documentation. When he was done, he straightened and looked at the floor. I watched his light pass over the section near the staircase. He paused. He moved the light back and held it steady. He crouched down and looked at the scored line in the concrete for a long time without touching it. He said, "Is this something you noticed when you first came down?" I said no. It was not there when I came down. He looked up at me. He did not say what he was thinking. He stood up and we went back upstairs. Outside in the field, with the farmhouse behind us and the pale October sky above the stripped tree line, he was professional and composed as he took my statement. He asked clear questions and wrote down accurate answers. He said he would file a report and notify the county coroner's office, since the dates on the wall and the general nature of the record might require historical investigation. He was thorough and calm throughout. Before I got in my truck, I asked him what he thought the marks on the wall were. He looked at the farmhouse for a moment before he answered. Then he said, "I genuinely do not know. I have been on this job for 19 years. I have never seen anything like that. But, I will tell you, I have been on properties in this county that felt wrong, and this one feels wrong in the same way. The same specific way." He did not elaborate on what that meant. I did not ask him to. He filed the report. I know this because I obtained it 8 months later through the public records process, and it is thorough and accurate and contains everything he told me he would include, and it contains the 3 words in the handwritten addendum. I will tell you about those in the next section. I drove back to the motel and packed my room in 30 minutes. I checked out a day early. I drove the hour and 40 minutes back to my apartment in the dark, and I sat in my parking lot for a few minutes after I arrived, facing my building with the engine running, before I went inside. I have not been back to Venango County. The survey was completed. I submitted my data to the firm submitted it to the court, and the Aldermore estate dispute proceeded on its scheduled legal timeline. I was told the data quality was excellent. I received no feedback about the farmhouse or what I had found in the basement. The estate proceedings do not concern themselves with the contents of structures on a disputed property. They concern themselves with boundaries. I did not sleep well for the first several weeks after Aldermore. Not dramatically. I was not waking, screaming, or lying paralyzed in the dark. What I experienced was more specific than that, and more difficult to describe to anyone who has not experienced a similar thing. A persistent, shallow sleep, never quite reaching the depth of rest that leaves you refreshed in the morning, punctuated by the specific sensation. Not a sound, not a visual, just a sensation, a directional awareness of being observed from a fixed angle, always the same direction, west-southwest of wherever I was lying. I live in an apartment on the 2nd floor of a building in a residential neighborhood of the city. There is nothing to the west-southwest of my bedroom window, except another apartment building, 45 feet away, brick, ordinary. Its windows showing the usual pattern of lit and dark that any residential building shows at night. I have lived in this apartment for 4 years. I have never felt observed from that direction before October of 2022. I had a physical examination in November. I was healthy. My iron levels were slightly low, a common finding, easily addressed. I started taking supplements and was told the fatigue I had mentioned would likely resolve in a few weeks. My blood pressure was normal. My heart rate was normal. There was nothing physically wrong with me. The fatigue did not resolve. It changed in character, became less the exhaustion of poor sleep and more the tiredness of sustained low-level attention, as though some part of my brain had been tasked with monitoring something and could not stand down. I am aware of how that sounds. I am telling you what was true. In January, I filed a public records request for the state police report from the Aldermore Property Inspection. Pennsylvania's right-to-know law sets a specific response timeline, with permitted extensions, and the process took the full extent of the permitted period. The report arrived in late February of 2023 in a standard brown government envelope, with a cover sheet acknowledging my request and noting the materials enclosed. I sat in my car in the parking lot of the government building where I collected it, because I wanted to read it for the first time without anyone around, and because I wanted the option of sitting with whatever it said without having to manage my face. I read it twice before I drove home. The report was thorough and accurate. The trooper had documented everything well. The basement, the wall, the notation system, his observations, his photographs. The coroner's office had been notified and had conducted a review. No human remains were found in or on the structure or its immediate surrounds. No biological evidence requiring forensic investigation was identified. The County Historical Society had been contacted for context. They had no record of the Aldermore property or the Aldermore family having any documented surveying history. They noted that the notation system visible in the photographs was consistent with self-taught or informal practice derived from professional surveying manuals of the early 20th century, and that the data appeared to be a genuine record of systematic measurements taken over an extended period. The state police had also contacted a historical surveying expert, whose assessment appeared as an excerpt in the report. His conclusions matched what I have already described. Authentic professional notation across multiple decades, personalized shorthand, coordinate references that did not correspond to the Aldermore parcel or immediately adjacent lands, date annotations of unclear purpose and unidentifiable reference. Then I reached the witness statement section and found the addendum. It was at the bottom of the page, below the formal statement, below my signature and the date of attestation, below the trooper's own verification, in block capital letters, in handwriting that was not the trooper's. I had compared his signature enough times to know the character of his hand, and this was not it, in ballpoint pen, as though written with the same pen used to annotate the rest of the document, but by a different person. 3 words. She knows now. I sat in my car for a long time after reading those words. I read the surrounding text carefully to make sure I was not misattributing them, that they were not part of some standard notation I had not encountered, some records office marking or processing code. They were not. They were written in the space below the formal signature block in a location where no standard notation exists. I called the records office. I asked about the addendum. The representative was polite and confused. She said she would check the copy on file in their system and call me back. She called me back 2 hours later and said that the copy in their system did not contain any addendum below the witness statement signature block. The document as she was looking at it in the system ended at the signature line. I asked her who else would have had access to the document between the time it was filed and the time it was mailed to me. She said she was not able to answer that question, and that if I believed the document had been altered, I should file a formal complaint. I filed the complaint. It was received and acknowledged. No investigation was open. The records office said in their written response to my complaint that without the ability to verify the alleged addendum, Since it did not appear in their system copy, they had no basis for further action. The complaint is in a file somewhere. The addendum is on my copy of the report, in a file in my apartment, in a folder I keep in a specific place. I have looked at it many times. The handwriting has not changed. The words have not changed. The report was thorough. The trooper had documented the basement measurements well. His photographs were logged. The coroner's office had been notified. Forensic review had found no human remains in or around the farmhouse. No burial evidence. Nothing that triggered a formal investigation of that kind. The measurement marks on the wall had been reviewed by a historical surveying expert contacted by the state police. The expert's assessment, excerpted in the report, described the marks as authentic professional notation consistent with surveying practice from the 1920s through to the 1980s, with annotations added at different periods, suggesting the wall had been used as a working record over several decades. The expert noted that the notation system was slightly non-standard, a personalized shorthand rather than established convention, but that the underlying data was structurally sound. He could not determine what property had been surveyed, because the coordinate references did not match the Aldermore parcel or any immediately adjacent land. The coordinates, he noted, appeared to represent a much larger area, possibly the entire township or a larger corridor. He was, the report noted, unable to explain why the dates in the concentric rings around the central figure corresponded to no surveying event he could identify. They were not dates of measurements. They appeared, he wrote, to be dates of something else. Events of some other kind, unspecified, recorded in the same place as the measurement data for reasons he could not determine. Victor Aldermore, as far as the expert could establish, had no professional surveying credentials. There was no record of him holding a license, attending a surveying program, or working in the field professionally. And then the final detail. The trooper's report included a witness statement section. My statement was there, accurately transcribed. At the bottom of the witness statement section, below the summary, below the signature line, below the dated attestation of accuracy, was a handwritten addendum in block letters. The report that had been formally mailed to me had this addendum. The copy that the trooper had submitted to the district office, which I confirmed by calling the records office and asking, because I needed to know, did not. The addendum appeared only in the copy addressed to me, which meant someone had added it after the report was filed. Between filing and mailing, the 3 words were, "She knows now." I do not know who wrote those words. I do not know if it was the trooper. It was not his handwriting. I compared it to his signature, or someone at the records office, or someone else entirely. I filed a complaint about the alteration. The complaint was received, acknowledged, and then quietly filed without result. No investigation was opened. The records office said they could find no evidence of the addendum in their copy, and therefore could not verify that it had been added. My complaint is sitting in a file somewhere. The addendum has never been explained. The secondary witness, 8 months after my survey, I received an email from a woman I will call Marie. She has asked me not to use her full name. She had found the post I had made in the private professional community before the moderators took it down. Someone in that community had forwarded my post to her with my email address attached. Marie told me she was the daughter of Marcus Reeve, the assistant surveyor who had worked with Nathan Baumgartner on the Clinton County incident in 2014. Her father had died in 2019. She said he had been, in the years after the Clinton County survey, deeply changed. Not in a way that friends and family easily identified as traumatic response, but, in a specific way, he had become obsessively interested in land. Not surveying, he left the profession, but the measurement and documentation of land, the history of ownership, the gaps and discontinuities in property records. He had filled 7 notebooks with research. When Marie described what that research covered, I went cold. Her father had documented 11 properties across Pennsylvania, New York, and Ohio that shared a specific set of characteristics: abandoned structures, gaps in ownership records, court-ordered transfers rather than voluntary sales, and at least one reported incident of marker, stake, or placed object displacement by an unidentified cause. The Aldermore property was in his notebooks. He had identified it in 2016. He had written, in the margin of his notes about the Aldermore land, a single question: who is still measuring it? Marcus Reeve had died of a cardiac event at 53. He was fit and had no prior cardiac history. His death was not suspicious in any official sense. Marie sent me scans of 3 pages from his notebooks. I have them. On one page, in handwriting I assume is her father's, is a list of dates. I recognize 2 of them. They match dates in the outermost ring of the concentric figure on the Aldermore basement wall. Dates I did not share publicly in my original post. Dates that were in the police report, which was not public record at the time her father made his notes in 2016. I do not know how Marcus Reeve knew those dates. I do not know how he accessed information from a police report that would not be filed for another 6 years. I told Marie this. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "My father used to say that some land has a memory, and if you measure it, you become part of that memory." I have thought about that almost every day since. What I believe now, 20-some months after the Aldermore survey, is not something I can present to a court or defend in a professional context. But you asked me to share this account fully, and so I am going to tell you what I think. I think there are places that have been continuously observed, continuously measured, continuously documented, for much longer than any individual person's involvement in them. I think that continuous observation has its own kind of presence. Not spiritual in the way the word is usually used. Not supernatural in the Hollywood sense. More like the way a heavily used road develops grooves. The activity shapes the land, and the land retains the shape of the activity. I think the Aldermore property has been measured, not casually, deliberately and precisely, in a systematic way that predates the Aldermore family, and possibly predates modern surveying practice. I think Victor Aldermore continued something that the Crane family had been doing, and I think whatever they were doing, whatever purpose that basement wall served, did not stop when Victor Aldermore died. It simply stopped being done by a person. The consistent westward displacement of my markers, the GPS tracker ping from inside the farmhouse, the single scored line that appeared on the concrete floor while I was standing in the room. These are not things I can explain within any framework I was trained to apply. But they are consistent with something that was, itself, measuring. Responding to my measurements with its own. The dates on the wall are the most troubling part. If they represent events, if they record, as I now suspect, the dates on which specific people encountered the property and were, in some sense, logged, then the 2011 date is not the date of Victor Aldermore's death. It is the date of a survey that was conducted on the property in the months after his death, as part of the initial estate documentation. A preliminary survey was conducted on the Aldermore parcel in October of 2011. That survey's measurements are in the court record. I requested them. The surveyor who conducted that preliminary work, a man named Gregory Faraday, retired from practice shortly afterward. He did not leave a forwarding address with the Professional Licensing Board. I have not been able to reach Gregory Faraday. I do not know where he is. The International Parallel. The Sabo property, rural Hungary, 2016. I found this case late in my research, in an English-language summary of a Hungarian paranormal research publication. The original case was documented in 2016 by a geophysical survey team working on a rural property outside the city of Pécs in southern Hungary. The property contained an abandoned manor house. The structure dated to the 18th century and was being assessed for heritage listing. The team was led by a woman whose name I will westernize as Eliza Hartman. In her filed case report, translated into English by the research publication, She described an experience so close to mine that when I read it the first time I had to put my phone down and breathe for a moment before continuing. Over 3 days of geophysical work, ground-penetrating radar, magnetometry, seismic profiling, Hartman's team documented a pattern of magnetic anomalies beneath the property that matched no geological explanation available to them. The anomalies were geometric, not the random distribution of subsurface iron-bearing material, but arranged in precise concentric rings beneath the property, centered on a point directly beneath the manor house's cellar. The cellar, when accessed, contained a wall of carved measurement marks. Hungarian researchers who examined the carvings dated them across a period of approximately 300 years. The most recent carving was less than 2 years old at the time of the survey. The property had been uninhabited for 40 years. Hartman's team placed ground stakes for their seismic survey on the first day. On the second day, the stakes had moved. Consistent displacement. Consistent displacement. Approximately 15 centimeters, roughly 6 inches, eastward. Hartman wrote in her report, "We initially assumed equipment error or a subsurface ground movement. Instrumental verification ruled out both explanations. The precision of the displacement suggested a calibrated response. We began to consider the possibility that our survey was being answered." That phrase, "our survey was being answered," is the phrase I would have used about Aldermore if I had found the words for it on the 4th morning, instead of months later. Hartman's team submitted their report. The heritage listing was declined. The property was purchased by a private buyer within 6 months. Hartman left academic practice in 2018. Her final published paper in a peer-reviewed journal concerned electromagnetic field anomalies at abandoned heritage sites. It received no citations. She is the only professional whose published work directly describes what I experienced at Aldermore. I tried to contact her through the research publication. I was told she did not wish to be contacted about the Pex case. I understand that. I genuinely do. What I cannot explain, I want to be precise about what remains unresolved, because I am a professional trained in precision and I want to honor that training even here. I cannot explain who moved my markers or how, given the physical constraints of the site. I cannot explain the GPS tracker ping from inside the farmhouse. I cannot explain the scored line that appeared on the basement floor while I was in the room. I cannot explain how Marcus Reeve knew dates from a police report filed 6 years after his notebooks were written. I cannot explain the 3-word addendum in my report. I cannot explain how the Crane family disappeared from county records in 1932 without a single document registering their departure. What I can say is this: every person in every case I have described spent time on a specific kind of land, isolated, historically irregular, formally unclaimed or disputed at some point in its record, containing a structure that predated modern occupation and that held evidence of long-term, systematic, personalized record-keeping. And every person after leaving that land was different. Not dramatically. Not in ways that resulted in diagnoses or hospital visits mostly, but different in the specific way of someone who has been recorded without consent. I am different now. I know that about myself. I am careful in a way I was not before. I am more aware of the direction I face when I sleep, and of the quality of the attention I feel from specific directions, and of whether my phone logs any location data I did not generate myself. I check my survey markers twice. Always. Twice. Before I leave a site now, I walk every flag, every stake, every pin, and I confirm each one against my field notes. They are always where I left them. But I take nothing for granted. I am going to tell you the one thing I wish someone had told me before I spent 4 days on the Aldermore property. If you work alone on isolated land, surveying, ecology, forestry, geology, construction, any work that involves placing instruments or markers in the ground and returning the next day to find them as you left them, pay attention to consistency, not to dramatic events. Dramatic events are rare and usually explainable. Pay attention to the quality of consistency. If your markers are always exactly where you left them, that is normal. If your markers have moved in a way that requires explanation, any explanation, however mundane, write it down. Note the direction. Note the distance. Note the time. Document it with the same rigor you apply to everything else, because the difference between a misplaced flag that got caught in animal activity and a misplaced flag that was moved by something else is not always visible to the eye. It is visible in the data if you keep the data carefully enough, and if you ever descend into a structure and find a wall of measurement marks that cover more years than the structure's known occupants could account for, leave. Photograph everything thoroughly and quickly, and leave. I am not saying that what exists on land like Aldermore means you harm. I genuinely do not know what it means. I do not know whether the archival quality that Thomas Brennan described in County Wicklow, that sense of being logged, being filed, being added to a record that does not belong to any human institution, represents danger in any conventional sense. What I know is that I am in that record now. I have been in it since October of 2022. I feel it as clearly as I feel the direction of a magnetic bearing on an open field, and I cannot calibrate it away. The last thing I will say is for anyone who has had a similar experience and does not know what to call it. There is no official framework for this. There is no agency to file a report with that will result in an investigation you would recognize as such. But you are not alone in having experienced it, and the experience is real, and it does not require an explanation before it can be taken seriously. The Aldermore survey is the most precise work I have ever done. Every measurement verified, every data point defensible. Whatever was in that basement measured me back with equal precision. I think about that every night. That is all I have to say. The Wailing Room. I want to start by saying that I am not someone who believes in things I cannot explain. I never was. I'm a 43-year-old structural engineer. I've spent my entire career measuring the world, testing its tolerance for weight and pressure and stress. I believe in load-bearing walls. I believe in soil compaction reports. I believe in numbers. What I am about to tell you is not a story I share lightly. In fact, for nearly 2 years, I didn't share it at all. I stored it in the same place I store everything I can't quantify, behind a locked door, in the back of my mind, hoping it would eventually quiet down. It hasn't. This began in the autumn of 2021, when my wife Claire and I purchased a farmhouse in upstate New York, a rural property, 3 hours from the city, surrounded by old-growth oak and black birch, the kind of land that still remembers what it was before people came along and started naming things. We've been looking for a place like it for years. We had 2 kids, a golden retriever named Otto, a mortgage that was slowly strangling us in Brooklyn, and a shared fantasy about a slower life. The farmhouse felt like an answer to something we hadn't quite finished asking. The house itself was built in 1887, white clapboard siding, a wraparound porch with a gently rotting balustrade, a root cellar, and a barn that had clearly given up trying sometime in the 1970s. It had been vacant for 6 years before we bought it. The previous owners, a retired couple from Connecticut, had listed it as a renovation opportunity, which is how real estate agents say that the wiring needs replacing and something died in the walls. We knew all of this going in. We'd done the inspection. We'd done the walkthrough. We had a budget and a plan and a contractor named Phil who had done good work for Claire's sister in Woodstock. What we had not done, and I recognized the absurdity of this given what happened, was ask why the couple from Connecticut had stopped coming. The first night we spent in the house, Claire and I slept on an air mattress in the front room. Our furniture wasn't arriving until Tuesday. The house smelled of old wood and something faintly mineral like damp stone, and the October wind pressed against the windows in a way that made the whole building breathe. I remember thinking it was charming. I remember lying there in the dark, listening to the house settle around us, and feeling genuinely, completely at peace. Then I heard it. It was past midnight. Claire was asleep beside me, her breath slow and even. Otto was curled at the foot of the mattress, also still. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet you only find that far from the city, where even the silence has weight and texture. And then from somewhere above us, from the second floor, specifically from the room at the end of the hall that we'd already decided would be Claire's home office, came a sound. I don't know exactly how to describe it. It wasn't a creak, the way old houses creak when they settle in the cold. It wasn't a knock or a scrape. It was something slower than that. Lower. It reminded me, more than anything else, of a person sitting in a rocking chair. Not the rhythmic back and forth of it, but the sound of the wood compressing, then releasing. A long, deliberate, exhaled groan, once, then again, then silence. I lay still for a long time. I told myself it was the house. I told myself it was wind pressure against the structure, thermal expansion in the floorboards, the kind of acoustic peculiarity that old timber frame buildings develop over a century of winters. I had a dozen perfectly reasonable explanations. I chose the most reasonable one, pulled the blanket tighter, and closed my eyes. But Otto hadn't moved. That was the thing I couldn't stop coming back to. Even as I drifted toward sleep, Otto, who usually lifted his head at any sound louder than a whisper, who had once bolted from a dead sleep because a moth landed on the window, Otto had not moved at all. He was still curled at the foot of the mattress, completely motionless, not sleeping. His eyes were open, fist on the ceiling above us. His body was rigid in the way animals become rigid when they are not startled, but afraid. I didn't sleep much that night. In the morning everything looked different, the way things always do in October sunlight when the world is gold and copper and there's coffee and the sound of birds. Claire made eggs on the camp stove we'd brought. Otto raced through the tall grass in the backyard and came back muddy and triumphant. I walked the second floor by myself, slowly, room by room. The hallway was narrow and smelled of old plaster. The room at the end, the one that would be Claire's office, was empty, its floor bare, its single window overlooking the tree line. There was no rocking chair. There was no furniture of any kind. There were no obvious structural irregularities. There was nothing, in any direction, that should have made that sound. I stood in the center of that room for a long time, longer than I needed to. I remember the light coming through the window at a low angle, cutting across the floorboards in long pale strips. I remember noticing that the floorboards in that room were slightly different from the rest of the house. Older, I thought, or from a different mill. They were wider, darker. The grain of the wood had a quality I couldn't name. Dense, tight, almost compressed, as though something had pressed down on it for a very long time. I remember noticing a faint discoloration along one wall. Not a stain exactly, more like a shadow that the light wasn't responsible for. I told myself it was nothing. I went back downstairs and had breakfast with my wife and let Otto lick the plate. And I didn't say a word about the sound or the shadow or the way that room had felt. Heavy, somehow, and close, like the air inside it was older than the air outside. That was the beginning. That was the quiet part, before everything else. And now, thinking back on it, I wish I had paid more attention to Otto. Animals know things we've trained ourselves to ignore. He stared at that ceiling all night and never made a sound. He never slept in that room. Not once. In all the months that followed, not once. I should have followed his instinct. There's something I need to tell you about that room before we go any further. Something I only discovered weeks later, after I'd already started pulling at threads I shouldn't have pulled. A piece of local history that changed the way I understood everything that happened in that house, from the very first night. But that, I'm afraid, is a story for the next part. The night held its silence like a secret while the house breathed around me, and Otto's eyes stayed fixed on the ceiling above, wide open, unblinking, waiting for something that had already decided to wait longer than either of us could stand. It was Phil who told me first. Phil Delaney, our contractor, was a thick-shouldered man in his mid-50s with a gray beard and the kind of unhurried competence that people who work with their hands for 30 years tend to develop. He'd been out to the property twice before the closing, once to walk the crawl space, once to price the kitchen renovation. He was not a man given to storytelling. He communicated in numbers and material costs and timelines that were usually accurate to within a week. So when he arrived on that first working Monday, the furniture had come and gone. The kids were enrolled in the local school. Claire had stacked cardboard boxes in the room at the end of the hall and was calling it her temporary office. And he paused in the upstairs hallway, just stood there with his measuring tape loose in one hand. Looking at the closed door at the end, I noticed. "That the back room?" he said. "That's the plan," I told him. "My wife's office eventually. Needs paint, the window seal is cracked, and I want someone to look at that section of flooring." Phil nodded slowly, the way you nod when you already know what someone is about to show you. Then he said, almost to himself, "Hester room." I asked him what that meant. He was quiet for a moment. He scratched the back of his neck. Outside, the wind moved through the oaks, and the sound of it was like water over stone, slow and indifferent. Then Phil set his measuring tape on the hall table and turned to face me with the expression of a man who has decided to say an uncomfortable thing just once, cleanly and never again. "There was a woman," he said, "long time back, 1890s somewhere in there. Name was Hester Vane. She was the wife of the man who built this house, Caleb Vane, a timber merchant. By all accounts, not a kind man. The story around here is that she spent the last years of her life in that back room. Wouldn't come out. Couldn't, some said. Whether he locked her in or whether she locked herself in, nobody alive can tell you for certain." He paused. "She died in there. Winter of 1902. They found her in the chair by the window. The chair was still rocking when they opened the door." I stood very still. "How do you know this?" I asked. "My grandmother grew up in this township," Phil said. "Her mother knew people who remembered the Vane family. It's not written down anywhere official. Just one of those things that gets carried." He picked up his measuring tape. "You probably won't have any trouble. 6 years of empty and nothing happened to the Connecticut people while they were actually using it." He started toward the stairs, then stopped with one hand on the railing. "I put Claire's office in the front bedroom personally. Better light anyway." He went downstairs. I heard him start talking to his apprentice about the kitchen subfloor. Life resumed its ordinary texture. And I stood in that hallway, outside that closed door, with the October draft curling under it and touching my ankles like a hand reaching from the other side. I did not tell Claire that night. I told myself I was protecting the story, that I wanted to research it first, verify what Phil had said, decide whether it was worth mentioning, or whether it was the kind of local folklore that attaches itself to any house old enough to have accumulated history. I'm good at convincing myself I'm being rational when I'm actually being afraid. So I did what I always do when I need to understand something. I went to the records. The county clerk's office in the village. A 20-minute drive down roads that wound between hills and old stone walls, held property records going back to the mid-1800s. The woman behind the counter, who introduced herself only as Donna and wore a cardigan the color of a November sky, pulled the Vane file without any particular interest. It was a thin manila folder, the kind that has been handled so many times its edges have gone soft. Inside, a deed of sale dated 1887, a property survey, a record of title transfer in 1906, 4 years after Hester's death, and a single handwritten document that was not, strictly speaking, a legal record at all. It was a letter, written in a script so compressed and tilted it took me several minutes to parse. Addressed to no one in particular, dated November the 14th, 1901, 1 year, roughly, before Hester Vane died. I'm going to reproduce it here as accurately as I can because the specific language matters. It matters because I have thought about that language almost every day since. The room holds everything now. I have given up asking it to release me because I understand it does not take, it only keeps. I've been here 3 years by my counting. The sound comes every night between the dead hour and the gray hour. And I have learned not to resist it because resistance makes it speak. And the speaking is worse than the silence. Caleb does not hear it. No one hears it. But me. I wonder sometimes if this is what it wants. Only me. And that when I am gone it will wait again. In the wood and in the wall. Patient as stone. Until the next one comes who is able to hear it. I pray that person never comes. I pray the room stays empty. God forgive me, I pray the house burns. I read it 3 times standing at the counter. Donna was busy with something at her desk. The fluorescent light above me buzzed at a frequency that seemed, in that moment, obscenely loud. I took a photograph of the letter on my phone. I thanked Donna. I drove home in a silence I couldn't have explained, through bare-limbed trees and a sky the color of old pewter. And when I pulled into the driveway and saw the light on in the upstairs room at the end, Claire had been working late, her silhouette just visible behind the thin curtain. My hand froze on the car door handle, just for a moment. Just long enough for a single thought to pass through me with the cold, clean clarity of something I couldn't unfeel once I'd felt it. She can hear it, and she hasn't told me. Because thinking back, running back over the past 2 weeks in my mind the way you run your tongue over a sore tooth, I realized something I had been, carefully not realizing. Claire had been staying up later and later. She'd been quiet at dinner in a way I'd chalked up to the stress of the move. She'd started bringing a blanket upstairs to the end room and working until past midnight, and every morning she looked like someone who had been sitting very still for a long time. I went inside. I called her name. She came to the top of the stairs and looked down at me with an expression I had never seen on my wife's face before. Not fear? Not exactly. Something older than fear. Something that had made peace with itself. I was going to tell you, she said quietly. I just needed to figure out what I was going to say. The house settled around us. Somewhere outside, the wind moved through the oaks. And from the room at the end of the hall, in the long quiet that followed, came nothing at all, which was somehow worse. And what Claire told me that night changed everything. Not because it was shocking, but because of how calm she was when she said it. She sat across from me at the kitchen table with both hands wrapped around a mug of cold tea, and she spoke slowly, choosing each word with the kind of deliberate care I had only ever seen her use when she was describing something she was afraid I wouldn't believe, what she had heard. What she had seen once, at the window. That is where the next part begins. She sat with both hands wrapped around a mug of cold tea she never drank from, and what she said to me across that kitchen table, in the yellow warmth of the overhead light, with the November dark pressing flat against every window, was not what I expected. I had braced for panic, for the kind of frightened urgency that demands action. Instead, what Claire gave me was something far harder to hold on to. She gave me precision. It started the 3rd night, she said. The sound. I didn't tell you because I thought I was imagining it. The way you always imagine things in a new house, in the dark, when nothing is where you expect it to be yet. She turned the mug slowly between her palms. It comes between 2 and 3 in the morning. Not every night at first. Every few nights. And it's not loud. That's the thing. It's so quiet you think maybe you invented it. A low sound. Rhythmic. Like breathing that isn't quite breathing. She paused. Like something practicing the idea of breath. I asked her what she meant by that. She looked at me steadily. I mean, it doesn't sound alive. But it doesn't sound mechanical either. It sounds like something that used to be alive is trying to remember how. The refrigerator hummed in the corner. Outside, the wind was still. The whole house felt like it was listening. I started going up there, she continued. Not to investigate. I want to be clear about that. I went up there because it was easier to be in the room where the sound was coming from than to lie in bed next to you, in the dark below it, waiting. Does that make sense? Being inside the thing feels less frightening than being underneath it. It made a horrible kind of sense. I told her so. The sound stops when I open the door, she said. Every time. Not gradually, immediately, like a conversation interrupted. I go in. The room would be completely silent. And I'd sit in the dark in the desk chair I'd moved in there. And I'd wait. And sometimes after 20 or 30 minutes it would start again. Very faint. From the corner of the room by the window. From somewhere inside the wall, maybe. Or inside the floor right at the base of the wall. She set the mug down, and I started. I know how this sounds. I started feeling like it was aware of me. Like it wasn't just a sound happening in a room I happened to be occupying. Like it was performing. For me specifically. Claire? I said carefully. I know, she said. I know exactly what that sounds like. She looked at me with the clear, direct gaze of someone who has already argued themselves through every rational objection and arrived at the other side. 6 nights ago, she said, I was sitting in the chair by the desk. It was around 2:30. The sound had been going for maybe 10 minutes. A little stronger than usual. Closer. Like it was coming from just behind the wall to my left rather than down in the floor. I had my phone in my hand. I wasn't recording anything. I was just holding it. For the light, I think. For the feeling of something ordinary in my hand. She stopped. She pressed her lips together, and this small hesitation from a woman who had described everything else with perfect clinical composure was the first moment I felt genuinely, physically cold. There's frost on the inside of that window, she said. You know that. You've seen it. The seal is cracked. The cold gets in. It leaves these patterns on the inside of the glass in the morning. Little feathered shapes. I've always thought they were beautiful. Her voice dropped. That night I was sitting there in the dark, and the sound was there, close to the wall. And I was looking at the window. Just looking at it. The way you stare at things in the dark, when you're not really looking at anything. And the frost on the glass changed. Changed how? I asked. My voice came out lower than I intended. It moved, she said. Very slowly. The way frost moves when warm breath touches it. It cleared in a shape. A long oval, roughly. About the size and proportion of a human face pressed against glass from the outside. She held my gaze without blinking. We're on the 2nd floor. The kitchen was very quiet. I didn't scream, she said. I didn't move. I sat there, and I looked at this shape in the frost, and it looked back at me. I don't know how else to say it. It looked back. There was a quality of attention in it. And then the sound stopped, at the exact same moment. And the frost shape dissolved, just melted back into the general pattern, and the window was just a window again. Cracked seal. Cold air. Feathered ice. Nothing. She finally picked up the mug. Took a long, slow breath. I went back to bed, she said. I lay next to you, and I stared at the ceiling, and I thought about what I'd seen, and I made a decision that I'm not proud of. I decided not to tell you. Because she started again. Because the part that frightened me most wasn't what was on the other side of the window. It was what I felt in the room just before the frost changed. Before I saw it. She set the mug down again. I felt settled. Peaceful. Like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Like nothing in that room would ever hurt me as long as I stayed. Her eyes didn't leave mine, and I wanted to go back. I don't have the language to describe what it felt like to sit across the kitchen table from my wife and hear her say that. We had been married 11 years. I knew this woman the way you know, the house you grew up in. Not perfectly, but in your bones, in the places that don't require thought. And the woman who sat across from me now was absolutely recognizably Claire. Her voice, her face, her careful honesty. And yet something had shifted in her the way tectonic things shift. Invisibly, profoundly, with enormous weight behind it. "We're going to move your office to the front bedroom," I said. "First thing tomorrow." She looked at me for a long moment. "Okay," she said. "Just that. Okay." No argument, no relief, no resistance, which should have reassured me. It didn't, because what I heard in that one small word was not agreement. It was patience. We went to bed. The house was quiet. I lay in the dark beside Claire, listening to her breathe slowly into sleep, and I looked at the ceiling above us, and I thought about Hester Vane's letter. About one specific line. "I wonder sometimes if this is what it wants. Only me." I had assumed, reading it in that county records office under the buzzing light, that Hester meant she was the only one who could hear it. But, lying there in the dark, listening to my wife's sleeping breath, I began to wonder if Hester had meant something different. Not that the room wanted only Hester, that the room wanted only one person at a time, that it was patient, that it would simply wait until it found the right one in each new household, move through families the way a slow fire moves through connected rooms, unhurried, invisible, until you can already smell the smoke. And it had found Claire. I didn't sleep. At some point past 3 o'clock I heard, or thought I heard, from the room at the end of the hall, that low sound. That exhalation that wasn't breathing. Slow, rhythmic, faintly content, as if something up there in the dark was satisfied with how the evening had gone. I made a decision the next morning. I wasn't going to move Claire's office and pretend the problem had been contained. I was going to find out everything there was to find about that room, about Hester Vane, about the history of this house and everyone who had lived in it. I was going to treat it the way I treated a structural problem in a building, as something with a cause, a mechanism, a point of origin that could be identified and addressed. What I found when I started truly digging was worse than anything I had imagined finding. That is a story for the next part, but I will tell you this much now. The Connecticut couple didn't stop visiting the house because they grew tired of it. They stopped because of what happened to the wife during their second winter there. Something that was never reported to anyone officially, but that I found anyway, written in a place I would never have thought to look. A comment. On a private Facebook group for former residents of our county, posted at 2:47 in the morning, and then deleted. But not before someone had screenshotted it. The Facebook group was called Hollow Creek Neighbors, past and present, and it had 412 members, most of whom appeared to use it for posting photographs of deer in their gardens and complaining about the state of the county road. I found it because a woman named Patrice Hollowell had mentioned it in the comment section of a local historical society post I'd stumbled onto while searching the family name Vane. Patrice had written, and I am quoting precisely, "There's a thread in Hollow Creek Neighbors about that property. Somebody who lived there posted something a few years back. Moderators took it down, but Sandra Murtaugh screenshotted it. You could ask her." It took me 40 minutes to find Sandra Murtaugh. She had a public Facebook profile with a profile picture of a tabby cat and a cover photo of a Vermont-covered bridge in autumn. Her last post was from 8 months prior. I sent her a message explaining who I was and that I had recently purchased the farmhouse on Vane Road. The road had apparently been named for the family, something I hadn't known, and that I was researching the history of the property. I told her I'd heard she might have a screenshot of a deleted post related to the house. She replied in 11 minutes, which, given that her last public activity had been 8 months ago, suggested she either checked her messages obsessively or had been waiting for someone to ask. Her reply contained no greeting, no preamble. Just a single line of text and an attached image. The text said, "I kept this because I thought someone should have it. I hope you're asking because you need to know, and not because you're just curious. There's a difference." The image was a screenshot of a Facebook post. The profile picture of the person who had posted it was too small to make out clearly. A woman, dark hair. That was all I could determine. The name had been partially obscured, either deliberately by Sandra or by the original post's privacy settings. I could read only the first name, Margaret. The post itself was timestamped 2:47 a.m. on February 9th, 2018, 3 years before Claire and I bought the house. Deep in the Connecticut couple's tenure, I am going to reproduce it here exactly as it appeared in the screenshot. Every word. I need to write this down somewhere even if I delete it tomorrow. My husband thinks I've been sleepwalking, but I haven't been sleeping at all. Not for 6 weeks. I go up to the back room because that's where she is, and she needs me there. I know how that sounds. I know. She doesn't speak and I can't see her clearly. But I know she's a woman, and I know she's been in that room for a very long time, and she's been alone in it. And the loneliness is a physical thing. I can feel it the way you feel cold air from an open window. It presses against you. Last night she showed me the window and I understood what she was asking. She wants me to stay. Not to visit, to stay. And the thing is, the thing I can't say to David is that I understand why. That room is the loneliest place I have ever been in my life. And she has been alone in it for more than 100 years. And I am the only person she has found who can feel that. How do you walk away from that? How do you choose your own life over something like that? I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I want to. God, I'm so tired. I just needed to say it somewhere. That was the post. Post at 2:47 in the morning and deleted, according to Sandra, by the following afternoon. I sat with my phone in my hands for a long time after reading it. I was in my car, parked in the driveway because I had not wanted to read whatever Sandra sent me inside the house. I'm not sure I could have explained that logic to anyone else, but it had felt important at the time, the way it sometimes feels important to have a conversation outside, away from walls, where the air moves and carries things off. Margaret had written, "She needs me there." Not it, she. Margaret had written, "I know she's been in that room for a very long time and she's been alone in it." 120 years of solitude in a back room on the second floor of a farmhouse in upstate New York. I thought about that the way you think about a drop of something falling into still water, the circle spreading outward, touching everything. I called Sandra Murtaugh. She picked up on the second ring, as though she'd been expecting it. "You read it," she said. "Yes," I said. "Margaret Forsyth," she told me, giving the last name freely, as though she'd decided the situation had passed the point where privacy was the primary concern. She and her husband David owned the property from 2012 to 2019. Good people. I knew them a little from the feed store in town. She was a ceramicist. Quiet woman. Very warm. A pause. She changed during that second winter. Everybody noticed. She got thin. She stopped coming into town. David told people she was working on a project, that she needed isolation for it. But by spring of that year, 2018, he called her sister in from Pennsylvania, and by July they'd listed the property. "Did she get better?" I asked. "After they left?" The pause before Sandra's answer was exactly long enough to tell me everything. "She didn't leave," Sandra said finally. "That's what I mean. She wouldn't go." David and her sister eventually. She stopped. Reconsidered her phrasing. She needed help leaving. Professional help. She spent time somewhere after that. I don't know the details. I don't think anyone in town does. What I know is that when they finally left, David drove. Margaret sat in the passenger seat the whole way down the road, looking back at the house. Not out the side window. Turned fully around in her seat, looking through the rear windshield, still looking when they went around the bend. I looked up at my farmhouse through the windshield of my car. November light on white, clapboard. One upstairs window catching the pale sky, the room at the end. "Does David Forsyth still have a number I could reach him at?" I asked. Another pause. "I can find it," Sandra said. "But I want to ask you something first. Is it your wife? Is she the one is found?" The question hit me in a way I hadn't prepared for, because it presupposed so much. The language of it, the casual, matter-of-fact use of it as though the thing in that room was established local knowledge. And because the answer was yes and I hadn't said it out loud to another person yet, and saying it made it real in a way that sitting alone in my car in the driveway had not. "Yes," I said. "How long has she been going up there?" "Weeks," I said. "Maybe from the start." Sandra was quiet for a moment. "Then you need to move faster than David did," she said. "He waited to see if it would pass. It doesn't pass. It deepens." She gave me a number for David Forsyth from memory, as if she'd been keeping it ready. "Call him tonight. He'll talk to you. He's been waiting for someone to buy that house and call him too." I thanked her. I sat in the car for another few minutes after we hung up, watching the house, watching the upstairs window with the cracked seal and the frost patterns that moved like breath on glass. Then I went inside. Claire was in the kitchen making dinner. She was humming, something low and tuneless without melody, more rhythm than song. The kitchen smelled of garlic and rosemary and something else underneath it, something I couldn't identify, something that reminded me, obscurely and uncomfortably, of the mineral smell the house had carried on the first night. Damp stone. Old air. "Good day?" she asked without turning from the stove. "Productive," I said carefully. She hummed a few more bars of nothing. Then she said, quietly and still without turning, "I moved my things back into the back room this afternoon. The light in the front bedroom is wrong for working." I stood in the kitchen doorway and watched the back of my wife's head and said nothing. Because here is what I had not yet told her. Here is the thread I had been pulling all afternoon while she had been alone in the house. In the property records, beyond the title transfer of 1906, I had found a pattern that I had not initially recognized as a pattern, because the intervals between incidents were too long, decades apart, for a human mind trained on linear time to immediately connect them. 4 families had lived in this house between Hester Vane's death in 1902 and the Forsyth's purchase in 2012. In 3 of those 4 families, there had been a woman who stopped leaving the house, who grew quiet and thin and interior, whose husband had eventually made a decision, different decisions in different eras with different consequences. One family had simply abandoned the property in 1931 and never returned. One woman had been committed to a state institution in 1958 and died there 14 years later. One had recovered, apparently, after the family moved to Connecticut. And the irony of that word, Connecticut, landing in this story twice, was not lost on me. The room had been doing this for over 100 years. Quietly, patiently, finding the right one in each household and holding on until the household broke apart around it. And now it was holding Claire. I needed to call David Forsyth. I needed to understand exactly what he had done wrong, what he had done right, what had finally dislodged Margaret from that room and at what cost. But, standing in the kitchen doorway, watching my wife hum her tuneless song above a pot she was no longer stirring, I understood with sudden and complete clarity that I was running out of the one thing the room had an infinite supply of: time. I called David Forsyth that night, after Claire had gone upstairs. His phone rang 4 times, and I was preparing myself for voicemail when he picked up. And the first thing he said, before I had even finished introducing myself, was something that made every hair on my arm stand at attention. "I know which house," he said. "Tell me how far in she is." And what he said next, what he told me about the last night he and Margaret spent under that roof, and what he saw when he finally, desperately, opened that door at 3 in the morning, is the part of the story I have returned to most often in the 2 years since. Because what David Forsyth described seeing in that room is not something I have ever been able to explain away. Not with load-bearing walls, Not with soil compaction reports. Not with numbers. That account begins in the next part. The night Claire had gone upstairs early, humming her slow, tuneless rhythm, I sat at the kitchen table with David Forsyth's number in my hand and the house breathing quietly around me. That particular breathing it did after dark, low and almost tidal, that I had stopped being able to convince myself was just settling timber. He answered on the fourth ring. His voice was measured. Not the voice of a man startled out of sleep. The voice of a man who had been sitting somewhere, awake, doing the same thing he probably did most nights, waiting for the weight of what he knew to become slightly more bearable than it had been the night before. "I know which house," he said, before I had finished saying my own name. "Tell me how far in she is." I told him everything. The sound from the first night. Claire going upstairs alone in the dark for weeks without telling me. The frost at the window. The face-shaped clearing in the glass. The way she'd said, "okay," without relief. The way she'd moved her things back into that room the same afternoon I'd asked her not to. He listened without interrupting. And when I finished there was a silence that lasted long enough to feel deliberate. The silence of a man measuring something against a private scale. "You're about where we were in early December of the second winter," he said finally. "You still have time." I didn't understand that I had time until I'd already wasted most of it. "What does the progression look like?" I asked. "What comes next?" Another pause. "It gets quieter," he said. "That's the first thing you'll notice. She'll talk less. Not because she's unhappy. That's the part that fools you. She won't seem distressed. She'll seem calm, even more settled than she's been in years. You'll start to think that maybe the room is actually good for her, that it gives her something she needed. That's what it wants you to think." His voice was flat and careful, the way a voice gets when a person has rehearsed something many times in private. By January, Margaret barely came downstairs at all. She brought food up. She slept in the chair. We'd moved a daybed in there, which I will tell you now was the single biggest mistake I made through the whole of it, because it made it easy for her to stop coming to bed with me. Don't make that mistake. Keep all the comfort downstairs. Make staying up there as physically difficult as possible. "What was she doing up there?" I asked, "when she wasn't sleeping?" David was quiet for a moment. "Sitting," he said, "facing the wall. The left wall by the window. Just sitting, watching something I couldn't see. Her lips moved sometimes, very slightly. I never heard words. I don't think it was words." He stopped. "Then, there's a smell in that room. You'll know it when it gets stronger. Like stone after rain. Ancient and mineral. It gets stronger as the winter deepens. I don't know what that means exactly. I only know that when the smell was at its worst, Margaret was at her worst." I thought of the kitchen that evening. Garlic and rosemary, and underneath it, that other thing. Damp stone. Old air. Claire stirring nothing at the stove. "The night you opened the door," I said. "Tell me what you saw." A long silence. Long enough that I thought he might refuse. Then he exhaled. A slow, effortful sound, like someone putting down something very heavy. "It was the 12th of February, he said. "A Thursday. We'd had 3 days of heavy snow and the house was completely cut off. Road wasn't plowed. No way in or out. I'd been trying to talk to Margaret all week and getting nothing back. Not hostility, just absence. Like talking to a wall that used to be a person." His voice dropped lower. "That night I woke up at 3 in the morning and she wasn't beside me. She'd been sleeping downstairs in the guest room for 2 months by then, supposedly because she didn't want to disturb me when she went up to the back room at night. But at 3 in the morning something pulled me awake. Not a sound, just a feeling. A wrongness in the air of the house. Like the pressure had changed." He paused. I didn't say anything. Outside my kitchen window, the November dark was total and heavy. I went upstairs, he said. The hallway was cold, colder than it should have been even with the window seal drafting. I could see my breath. The door at the end of the hall had a line of light under it, very faint. Amber, almost. Like firelight, except we had no fireplace up there. He stopped again. I opened the door. "And?" I said, barely above a whisper. "Margaret was sitting in the chair facing the left wall," he said. Her back was to me. She was completely still. And the room was full of something I cannot name and have never been able to name since. It wasn't fog. It wasn't smoke. It was more like the air itself had thickened in the far corner, by the window, by the wall. A density that the amber light seemed to be coming from rather than illuminating. And in that density, he stopped. I heard him breathe. There was a shape, seated, the approximate size and proportion of a human figure, but not defined, the way a person is defined, more like the idea of a seated figure. An impression of one, like something pressing against the inside of a membrane you couldn't see. The refrigerator hummed. I sat completely still. Margaret was leaning toward it, he said, very slowly, the way a plant leans toward light, without urgency, without decision, just inevitably. And her hands were extended in front of her, palms up, in a posture I can only describe as offering or receiving. I still don't know which. His voice was absolutely steady, the steadiness of something survived and processed down to bare fact. I said her name 3 times. She didn't respond. So I crossed the room and I took her by the shoulders and I turned her toward me and he stopped. "David," I said. She looked through me, he said quietly. Her eyes were open and she was looking directly at my face. And she looked through me the way you look through a window, at something on the other side. I was not what she was seeing. Whatever was in that corner, that density, that shape, was what she was seeing. And her face. He exhaled again. Her face was peaceful. Completely, utterly at peace. That's what broke me. Not the fear in her face. The peace. The total and absolute peace of a person who has found exactly where they belong. I found that I was gripping the edge of the kitchen table. "How did you get her out?" I asked. "Not that night," he said. "That night she came back to herself eventually. Blinked, focused, said my name like she'd just woken up, and was surprised to find me there. But she was different after that, like a light had been turned down inside her. A brightness I hadn't known I was depending on until it was dimmer." He paused. By April I had her sister there. By June we had a doctor involved. It took all 3 of us together on a Tuesday morning in July. Clear day, not cold anymore. I think that mattered somehow. I think the warmth helped to get her down the stairs and into the car. "Did she ever explain it?" I asked. "What she experienced in that room?" "Once," he said. "About a year later when she was better. She said it felt like being loved by something that had been waiting to love someone for longer than love should have to wait, and that walking away from it felt like a cruelty she wasn't sure she'd ever forgive herself for." A long beat. "She's all right now. She's okay. She paints again. We live in Tucson." His voice shifted almost imperceptibly. "I don't tell her I still think about the room. I don't tell her I sometimes wonder if whatever is in that wall is still sitting there, in the cold, waiting for the next one, whether it still thinks about her." We talked for another 30 minutes. He gave me specific advice. Things he would have done differently. Warnings about the pace of deterioration once winter deepened. The names of 2 people he thought I should contact. A historian and someone else. Someone whose knowledge of the house was of a different and less documentable variety. After we hung up, I sat in the kitchen for a long time, the phone warm in my hand, the house quiet above me. Then, from the room at the end of the 2nd floor hallway, came the sound. Not the soft exhalation I had grown grimly accustomed to. Something new, something I had not heard before. A sound that was almost, and I use this word with full awareness of how it will land, almost musical. A single sustained note, very low, hovering at the bottom edge of hearing, as though something up there had become confident enough, comfortable enough, to let itself be known in a new way, as though it was no longer hiding. I stood up from the table. I looked at the ceiling. The sound continued for perhaps 30 seconds and then stopped, as cleanly as a voice deciding to stop speaking. I did not go upstairs that night, but, in the morning, when I went up to check on Claire, I found something in the doorway of that room that hadn't been there the evening before. Something that told me David Forsyth had been right about the pace, that we were further along than I had understood, and that the two names he'd given me, the historian and the other one, I needed to call both of them. Today. The night David Forsyth told me we were running out of time, the sound in the room above had shifted into something almost musical, low and sustained and no longer hiding, and in the morning I went upstairs and found what was in the doorway, and understood that he had not been wrong. It was a drawing, done in pencil on the back of a piece of printer paper from Claire's desk stack, set on the floor of the doorway, centered, positioned with a deliberateness that ruled out accident, the kind of placement that says, "I left this here for you to find." Claire drew sometimes, loose gestural sketches in the margins of notebooks, hands, architectural fragments, abstract shapes with no particular intention behind them. She had never in the 11 years I had known her produced anything like what was on that page. It was the room, rendered from memory with an accuracy that felt architectural. The exact proportions of the window, the specific angle of the left wall, the way the floorboards ran toward the baseboard at the far corner, everything to scale, everything in its right position. Technically accomplished in a way that Claire's casual sketching had never been. That alone was unsettling enough. But, in the corner, by the window, by the wall, she had drawn a figure. Seated. Facing inward away from the window. Head slightly bowed. The figure had no defined features, no face clearly rendered, no hands, no sharp boundaries between form and surrounding space. It was more of an impression, a suggestion gathered from many overlapping pencil strokes, the way you render something you can't look at directly, the way you draw something from peripheral vision before it has a chance to disappear. Beneath the drawing, in Claire's handwriting, neat, controlled, nothing shaking, a single line, "She was here before the house was." I stood in the hallway holding that piece of paper for a very long time. The door to the room was closed. Behind it, silence. Complete, attentive silence of the kind that is not the absence of something, but the presence of it. I took the drawing downstairs. I put it face down in the kitchen drawer under the takeout menus and the spare batteries, and I called the first of the two names David Forsyth had given me, Dr. Nora Hatch, a historian at a college 2 hours south who had, according to David, been researching the social and institutional history of the county for over 20 years, and who had encountered the Vane property records professionally in the course of work on women committed to state institutions in the early 20th century. He'd found her through the same county records I had found, but she had gotten there first and gone deeper. She answered on the third ring and did not seem surprised to hear from me, which was becoming a pattern I found equal parts reassuring and deeply uncomfortable. "I wondered when someone would call from that property," she said in the tone of a person checking an item off a list they have been keeping for some time. "Let me guess. You bought it recently. It's winter, and you have a wife or a daughter or a female partner who is spending time in the back room on the upper floor." I confirmed all three. I heard the sound of a chair adjusting, papers being moved. Dr. Hatch had the manner of someone who separated what she could document from what she couldn't, and who kept both categories meticulously. "What I can tell you from historical record," she said, is that Hester Vane was not the beginning. The house was built in 1887 on land that had a prior structure, a smaller building, possibly a single-room dwelling, dating to somewhere between 1790 and 1820. That structure burned. The land sat empty for roughly 60 years before Caleb Vane built. In the records from the early 1800s, church records, land survey annotations, a few surviving letters, there are references to what the local community at the time called the hollow field. The term doesn't refer to the topography. It refers to a quality of the land itself. What quality? I asked. The letters describe it as a place where certain people felt drawn to stop, she said. Not all people. That's important. Certain people. Usually women, though not exclusively. The letters are careful about this. They describe it as a sympathy, a resonance between the land and the person, like a tuning fork responding to a specific pitch while others in the same room hear nothing. She paused. One letter, dated 1812, describes a woman who wandered from her farmstead during a winter storm and was found the following morning sitting in the field in the snow. She was alive. She was unhurt. She said she had sat down to rest and that the ground had spoken to her and she had not wanted to leave. I thought of Margaret's Facebook post. The loneliness is a physical thing. I thought of Claire's drawing. She was here before the house was. So it predates the house, I said. It predates everything built on that land. Dr. Hatch said. The house is an amplifier, I think. The structure focused it the way a lens focuses light. But what is in that room didn't originate in 1887, and it didn't originate with Hester Vane. Hester was simply the first person to be enclosed with it. The first person the architecture brought into sustained proximity. A brief silence. The drawing you found this morning, does it show a figure in the left corner near the window? I went very still. I had not mentioned the drawing. How do you know about the drawing? I asked. Because Martyr Forsyth sent me photographs of 3 drawings she made during her second winter in the house. Dr. Hatch said quietly. And the woman before her, a Mrs. Aldridge, who lived there in the 1980s, and whom I found through a different chain of records entirely. Her daughter told me her mother had filled 2 notebooks with the same figure, in the same position, rendered over and over, always the corner, always seated, always the suggestion of a boat head. She paused. The drawing is a form of communication. It's telling your wife, or your wife is telling you, that contact has been made, that the thing in the room has shown itself clearly enough to be represented. I looked at the kitchen drawer, face down under the takeout menus. 120 years of the same figure sitting in the same corner, drawn by hand after hand after hand. David Forsyth gave me a second name, I said. Someone whose knowledge she described differently than yours. A small sound from Dr. Hatch. Not quite a laugh. Eleanor Marsh, she said. Yes, you should call her. I say that as someone who does not deal in Eleanor Marsh's kind of knowledge, professionally or personally. But I say it because what I can give you is understanding. What Eleanor gives is something more practical. I called Eleanor Marsh that same afternoon. She lived 12 miles from the farmhouse, up a road that the county maps labeled as private. She was 81 years old, and when she answered the phone, her voice was the voice of someone 40 years younger, precise and unhurried, and carrying the particular authority of a person who has never once meted anyone to. Believe them. You'll want to come in person, she said, before I had explained why I was calling. What I have to show you doesn't translate well over the phone. Come tomorrow morning, early. Bring the drawing your wife made, and come alone. I asked how she knew about the drawing. Same way I know you're standing in your kitchen and the drawer to your left is closed, and your wife is upstairs in a room she shouldn't be in, she said, without heat, without drama, as though she were reading coordinates off a map. Come at 8. She hung up before I could respond. I stood in my kitchen in the late November afternoon, the light going gray and thin through the window over the sink, the house around me doing its slow breathing. I was not a man who visited elderly women in the hills, because a former homeowner had given their name as someone with unconventional knowledge. That was not who I was. That was not how I solved problems. And yet, I thought about the drawing in the drawer, the figure in the corner, rendered from a position of intimacy, of repeated observation, of someone who had sat in that room long enough to study the thing that lived there. I thought about Margaret Forsyth's notebooks, Mrs. Aldridge's daughter. The woman sitting in the snow in 1812, who said the ground had spoken to her and she had not wanted to leave. I thought about Hester Vane's letter, folded in a manila folder in a county clerk's office for over a century. God forgive me. I pray the house burns. Then I went upstairs to find Claire. She was in the room. The door was open. She had stopped closing it, I realized, sometime in the past week, without my noticing exactly when. She was seated in the desk chair facing the left wall. Her laptop was on the desk behind her, screen dark, unused. She was not working. She was not reading. She was not doing anything that could be named. She was simply sitting, her hands loose in her lap, her face turned toward the corner where the wall met the window frame. Her expression, and this is the part that required me to grip the door frame to stay standing, her expression identical, in its quality of absolute and bottomless peace, to the way David Forsyth had described Margaret's face on the night he had crossed the room and turned her toward him. Claire, I said. She turned, focused, came back from wherever she had been, the way you come back from a depth of sleep, not instantly, with a gradual gathering of surface detail. Hey, she said. Her voice was warm, completely, genuinely warm. What time is it? I told her. She had been sitting in that chair facing that wall for 4 hours. She did not believe me, not with hostility. She simply couldn't reconcile the time. She said it felt like 20 minutes. She said the room had good light in the afternoon. She said she'd just been thinking. I told her I was driving her to her sister's in the morning, just for a few days. A change of scene. She looked at me steadily for a moment. Then she said, with a gentleness that was somehow worse than argument, I'll come back down for dinner. I just want a little more time up here first. Then she turned back to the wall. I went downstairs. I took the drawing out of the kitchen drawer, and I held it in my hands, and I looked at the figure in the corner, patient, seated, bowed, and I thought about what Dr. Hatch had said. The drawing is a form of communication. What I had not said to Dr. Hatch, what I had not been able to say out loud, was the detail that had stopped my breath when I'd found it that morning. The detail I had not yet written here, because I needed several more paragraphs of ordinary information around it before I could make myself put it down. At the very bottom of the drawing, beneath Claire's single line of handwriting, she was here before the house was. There was something else, something not in Claire's handwriting, something in a different hand entirely, older. The letters formed differently, with the compressed and tilted quality I recognized from the photograph I'd taken of a document in a county clerk's office. 3 words. In Hester Vane's hand. Do not go. I was at Eleanor Marsh's door by 7:55 the following morning. The road to Eleanor Marsh's house had no name on any map I could find. It split from the county road behind a collapsed stone wall and wound upward through dense hemlock for nearly a mile, the surface gravel thinning to packed mud as it climbed. The morning was overcast, the sky a uniform pale gray that turned the snow-dusted hillside the color of old pewter. I drove slowly to bare branches pressing close on both sides, and I thought about what kind of person chooses to live at the end of a road like this, and what kind of knowledge accumulates in that kind of solitude, and whether I was genuinely desperate enough to trust it. I discovered, genuinely desperate enough to trust it. The house itself was a surprise. I had constructed something in my mind, a certain kind of isolation, a certain atmospheric decay, and what I found instead was a neat white cape with green shutters, a bird feeder mounted on an iron post beside the front walk, smoke rising thin and straight from a central chimney into the windless gray air, the kind of house that implies order, maintenance, an ongoing relationship with the world. Eleanor Marsh opened the door before I had finished knocking. She was smaller than I had imagined from her voice, slight, with white hair cut close and dark eyes that moved across my face with an efficiency that reminded me, incongruously, of a structural survey, taking inventory, noting load points, identifying where the stress was concentrated. She was wearing a cardigan the color of pine needles, and she had a mug of something in her left hand, and she looked at me the way you look at someone you've been expecting for considerably longer than one phone call. "You brought the drawing?" she said. Not a question. I held it up. She nodded and stepped back from the door. Her front room was warm and densely populated with books, not decoratively, not arranged for display, but used, stacked in the particular disorder of a person who reads the way other people breathe. The wood stove in the corner threw dry cedar heat across the room. On the low table between two armchairs she had already set out a second mug. She sat. I sat. She extended her hand for the drawing and I gave it to her, and she held it in both hands and looked at it for a very long time without speaking. I watched her face. It did not change in the way faces change when people encounter something disturbing. It changed in the way faces change when people encounter something they already knew, but had hoped not to see confirmed. "The handwriting at the bottom," she said finally. "You verified it against the letter in the county records?" "The photograph I took of it, yes," I said. "The letter formation is identical. The compression, the angle of the ascenders. It's the same hand." Eleanor set the drawing face up on the table between us. She rested one fingertip lightly at the bottom edge, near the three words in Hester Vane's script. But she didn't touch them directly. As though proximity was sufficient, as though contact was a different thing. "Do you know what Hester was warning against?" she asked. She asked. "Going into the room," I said. "The way Margaret went in. The way Claire has been going in." Eleanor shook her head. Slowly, once. "She wasn't warning against going in," she said. "She was warning against leaving." The wood stove ticked in the corner. Outside, a bird landed on the feeder and then was gone. I turned that over very carefully. "Say that again," I said. "Do not go," Eleanor repeated. "Hester didn't write that to warn the next woman away from the room. She wrote it to warn the next woman against what she herself did not have the courage to do." She lifted her eyes to mine. "Hester Vane did not die in that room because she couldn't leave. She died in that room because she chose not to. There is a difference, and it is the most important difference in this entire story. She chose to stay, and the choosing, the act of full conscious consent, is what made the room what it is now." I was very still. "What is it now?" I asked. Eleanor was quiet for a moment in the way of a person who has chosen their words in advance and is checking them one final time before releasing them. "There was a woman on that land before any structure stood on it," she said. "Not Hester. Much earlier. Early 1700s, possibly late 1600s. I cannot be precise. A woman who lived alone in a single room dwelling on that hillside after her husband died, and her children were grown and gone. She did not leave. Not because she was prevented, because she had nowhere she wanted more to be. She lived alone in that place, for the remainder of her long life. And when she died in her chair, facing the western wall, and she was not found for some time." Eleanor set both hands around her mug. What she left behind was not a haunting in the conventional sense. It was not her spirit trapped and restless and seeking release. What she left was something more like an impression, the way a body leaves an impression in old mattress springs. The shape of decades of solitude, pressed into the land into the wood, into the air of that particular space, a residue of profound, chosen aloneness. She paused. Let that settle. And that residue, she continued, has a quality. It resonates. It finds people who carry their own particular frequency of solitude. Women, usually, though not exclusively. People who have learned to be alone inside relationships, inside families, inside lives that look full from the outside but have a hollow room somewhere in the center. It finds them, and it says, "Here. This is the feeling you have been trying to name. This is what you have been missing without knowing you are missing it." And the person hears that and they come toward it. And the longer they stay, the more the impression deepens around them. Like sitting in the mattress springs long enough that the springs reform around your shape. I thought of Claire. 11 years of marriage. 2 children. A career she had compromised to accommodate the move. The renovation. The endless practical demands of a life lived adjacent to mine. I thought of the way she had described the room. Settled, peaceful, like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. And under that thought, like a subfloor under carpet, something I'd been carefully not thinking, how long had the hollow room existed inside Claire before the house found it? How long had she been carrying it? How do I get her out? I said. Not theoretically. Specifically, what do I do? Eleanor looked at me steadily. You cannot pull her out, she said. David Forsyth pulled Margaret out, and Margaret lost 18 months of her life in a facility recovering from the absence of something she had no language for. Pulling out creates a wound that takes years to close if it closes. She paused. The impression in that room does not release people it has found. It only loses interest in them. How do you make it lose interest? You don't make it do anything, she said. You can only change what your wife is bringing to it. The resonance requires 2 things. The presence in the room and a specific hollow frequency in the person who hears it. Remove the hollow frequency and the resonance has nothing to couple with. The impression goes quiet. The person can walk away under their own volition, without the wound of forced removal. She reached to the side table beside her chair and lifted a small cloth pouch, unbleached cotton, tied at the neck, the size of a clementine. She set it on the table between us beside the drawing. Salt cedar and iron filings and 2 other things I won't name because the naming matters less than the using, she said. This goes on the threshold of the room. Not inside, on the threshold. The outside edge, the hall side. She paused. And you need to talk to your wife. Not about the room. Not about what I've told you. About what she was missing before the house found it. You need to name the hollow place in her before the room finishes naming it for you. Because if the room names it fully, she won't need you to name it anymore. She won't need anything outside that room anymore at all. I took the pouch. It was light. It smelled faintly of something resinous and dry. There's something else, I said. The 3 words on the drawing. You said Hester wrote them as a warning against leaving. Against doing what she herself didn't have the courage to do. But Hester did stay. She died in the room. I looked at Eleanor. What was she warning this woman, the next woman, to have the courage to do? Eleanor looked at me for a long moment. To walk away from the feeling of being perfectly known, she said quietly. That is the hardest thing any person can be asked to do. To say, this understands me completely, and I am still going to choose the life that doesn't. Her dark eyes were steady and very calm. Hester couldn't do it. She was asking whoever came next to be braver than she had been. I drove home through bare hemlock and gray sky with a cloth pouch on the passenger seat and a drawing face down in the back, and everything Eleanor Marsh had told me arranged and rearranged itself in my mind like a structure finding its load-bearing points. The house was quiet when I pulled in. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that announces itself. I went inside. I called Claire's name. No answer from upstairs. No answer from the kitchen or the back room or anywhere on the ground floor. I went up the stairs, 2 at a time. the drawing under my arm and the cloth pouch in my fist, and I pushed open the door at the end of the hall, and what I found stopped me in the doorframe as completely as if I had walked into glass. Claire was not in the chair. She was standing at the left wall, both palms pressed flat against the plaster, her forehead resting against the surface between her hands. Her eyes were closed. Her lips were moving. The room around her was very cold, far colder than a cracked window sill could account for, and the smell of damp stone was so strong it was almost a taste, mineral and ancient and enormous, like standing at the bottom of something very deep. And in the corner behind her, just visible over her right shoulder in the thin December light from the window, the air had that quality David Forsyth had described. That density, that amber suggestion of a seated shape, patient and still, neither approaching nor retreating, watching. I said my wife's name in a voice I did not recognize as my own. The shape in the corner did not move. But Claire did. She turned from the wall, slowly, and the expression on her face was the most frightening thing I have encountered in my life before or since. Not because it was anguished, not because it was vacant, because it was full, completely and utterly full, the way a cup is full when it cannot receive one more drop without spilling, a fullness with no room in it for anything that was not that room, that wall, that presence in the corner. No room in it for me. "She's showing me how it began," Claire said softly. Her voice was her own. Every word clearly enunciated, completely calm. "She's showing me the very beginning, before the house, before everything. She was so alone. You can't understand how long." She looked at me with the full, steady gaze of someone delivering information. "She just wants me to understand." I held up the cloth pouch. I crossed to the threshold and I set it on the floor of the doorway, hall side the way Eleanor had instructed, and I felt the air in the room shift the way air shifts when a door is opened somewhere far away in a large building. A change of pressure, subtle, directional. The amber quality in the corner did not vanish, but it receded slightly. The way a tide recedes, not gone, not finished, just drawn back by something larger than its own appetite. Claire blinked. Once. Twice. Looked at the pouch on the floor, then at me. And for just a moment, one single moment, thin as ice at the edge of spring, I saw my wife behind her eyes again, not the full Claire, not yet, but a thread of her, a frequency I recognized, looking at me with something that was not peace, and was not fullness, and was not the settled acceptance of a person who has found their permanent place. It was something rawer than that. It was need. I sat down on the floor of that cold room, right there in the doorway, and I started to talk to my wife about the thing Eleanor Marsh had told me I needed to name. The hollow place, the room inside the life. It took everything I had, and whether it was enough, that is where the next part begins. The floor of that hallway was cold enough that I felt it through my jeans within the first minute of sitting on it. The cloth pouch was on the threshold between us, between the hallway and the room, and Claire was still standing near the wall, her palms no longer pressed to the plaster but hanging loose at her sides, watching me with that unsettling fullness in her face. The amber density in the corner had pulled back, but not away. It sat there in my peripheral vision the entire time I talked, like a third presence in a conversation it had not been invited to, but intended to observe. I did not look at it directly. I looked at my wife. I want to be precise about what I said, because I have thought about it many times since, and I believe the precision mattered. Eleanor Marsh had told me not to talk about the room, not to argue with what Claire was experiencing, not to frame any of it as something to be corrected or escaped. "Name the hollow place," she had said. "Name it before the room finishes naming it for you." So I did not say, "There is something in that corner and it is not good," and you need to come downstairs with me right now. I said, I have been thinking about something you told me 4 years ago. We were in the apartment. It was late. The kids were asleep. You told me that you sometimes felt like you were living your life at a slight remove from yourself, like you were watching it from a distance that was close enough to feel warm, but too far away to feel real. I paused. You said it once and then you changed the subject, and I said I understood and I didn't follow up, and I've thought about that night more times than I can count. Claire had not moved, but something in her posture had shifted. A subtle recalibration. The way a person's body adjusts when they hear their own name in a crowd. You said you didn't know how to explain it to me. I continued, because explaining it would require me to understand what it felt like to be completely present in your own life, and also somehow behind glass from it at the same time. You said you'd felt it since you were young, since before we met, that the clearest moments you had were when you were alone. Not lonely. You were specific about that, not lonely. Alone, and that those moments felt like the only times you trusted yourself to be completely real. I kept my voice steady and quiet, the kind of voice you use in a room where something is listening. I heard you say that and I didn't know what to do with it, and I filed it under things I would think about later, and I never did. I am thinking about it now. The amber light in the corner had not moved. But the room felt fractionally less cold, a degree or two only. Enough to notice, Claire said, in a voice that was slightly smaller than the one she had been using. Why are you telling me this right now? Because I think the room is offering you that feeling, I said, the being alone and real feeling. And I think it's offering it purely and completely, and without the complication of also being a wife and a mother and a person who compromises and accommodates and loses track of herself in the logistics of other people's needs. I held her gaze, and I think I have never once in 11 years of marriage offered you the same thing. I think I let you carry that hollow place around inside yourself, and I called it your introversion and I gave it space, but I never named it. I never said out loud, this part of you is real and it matters, and you don't have to go somewhere 100 years outside your own life to have it seen. The silence that followed was of a different texture than all the silences I had sat inside in that house. This one was interior, private. That belonged to Claire and whatever was happening behind her eyes. She sat down on the floor, not near the wall, in the middle of the room, equidistant from everything, the way a person sits when they have stopped orienting toward any single point. She sat cross-legged and put her hands in her lap, and she looked at me across the threshold and the cloth pouch between us. And her face did something I had been waiting for without knowing I was waiting for it. It cracked. Not dramatically. Not with tears or sounds, just a fractional loosening around the eyes and mouth. The way a face looks when something that has been held very tightly for a very long time is allowed, for the first moment, to be slightly less tight. I didn't know I was doing it, she said quietly. Going up there. I thought I was just working late. I know, I said, and then it felt like the only place I could breathe, and I didn't want to examine why, because examining it would mean stopping. I know, I said again. It's very... She stopped. Her eyes went to the corner briefly, involuntarily, and then came back to me. It's very gentle. Whatever it is. It's not frightening when you're inside it. It feels like being completely understood by something that has no agenda and no needs of its own. No disappointments. No history. She looked at me with a directness that was entirely hers, entirely Claire. Nothing borrowed from whatever occupied the corner. You understand why that's appealing? Yes, I said, and I meant it without reservation. But I know it's not real, she said. Slowly, feeling each word for weight before committing to it. Understanding without history isn't understanding. It's just reflection. It only shows you yourself. It can't surprise you. It can't need you back. It can't. She stopped. Started again more quietly. It can't grow. It's been the same for 300 years. It will be the same for 300 more. and I don't want to be a room inside something that never changes. The amber quality in the corner did something I had not observed it do before. It contracted. Not violently, not suddenly, but perceptibly, the density drawing inward the way an ember draws inward as it cools. The smell of damp stone diminished by a fraction. The cold in the room did not increase. For the first time since I had entered this house, it did not increase. Claire got to her feet. She stepped over the threshold, over the cloth pouch, into the hallway. She stood beside me, and she did not look back into the room. I stood up. We went downstairs together without speaking, and in the kitchen she sat at the table, and I made tea that she actually drank this time, both hands around the mug, and we talked for 3 hours in the way we had not talked in years. Not about the house, not about the room, not about what we were going to do next, but about the 4 years before the conversation she'd started and I'd failed to finish, about the hollow place, and what it needed, and what I had not understood how to give. I want to tell you that was the end of it. I want to tell you that the conversation was enough, that Claire slept peacefully in our bed that night, and woke up herself in the morning, and that we sold the house in the spring, and none of it continued. I cannot tell you that, because at 2:17 in the morning I woke to an empty bed. The sheets on Claire's side were cool, not cold, not long empty, but cool enough that she had been gone for some time. I lay still for a moment, in the particular dark of a winter night, in a rural house, where the darkness has texture and mass, and the silence presses against the windows from the outside. Then I got up. The hallway was cold, colder than it had been earlier. The cloth pouch was still on the threshold of the room at the end of the hall, exactly where I had placed it. But the door, which had been open when we came downstairs together, was now closed, and the line of light under it, amber, sourceless, exactly as David Forsyth had described, was back. I stood in the hallway for what felt like a long time, but was probably 30 seconds. I had the thought, clear and terrible and specific, whatever is in that room did not experience Claire's choice downstairs as a severance. It experienced it as a retreat. It waited while we had our conversation and drank our tea and talked about the hollow place and the 4 years of silence around it. It waited with the patience of something that has been waiting since before the house was built, and has learned that patience is the only currency that never devalues. And then at 2 in the morning it called her back, not with force, not with compulsion, with the same thing it had always used, the only thing it needed. The feeling of being completely known. I picked up the cloth pouch from the threshold. I held it in my closed fist. I put my other hand on the door handle, and before I pushed it open, I made a decision that I had not made yet, that I should perhaps have made several days earlier, that David Forsyth and Eleanor Marsh had both been pointing me toward without quite being able to say it directly. I was not going to go into that room alone. I needed to go in with Claire, not to pull her out. Eleanor had been explicit about the wound that created. I needed to go in beside her, into the cold and the amber density, and the smell of 3 centuries of chosen solitude, and I needed to stay beside her long enough for her to choose to leave on her own terms, with me beside her rather than waiting on the other side of the threshold, because the room could give her solitude and understanding, and the feeling of being completely known. But it could not give her this. Someone willing to come into the cold with her, someone willing to sit beside her in the dark and not require anything at all, not even that she leave. I pushed the door open. What I saw inside stopped every thought in my mind for a long, suspended moment, not because of the amber density in the corner, which was present, which was stronger than I had seen it, pulsing, almost, with a slow, rhythmic quality that I understood with horrible clarity was the source of the sound I had been hearing since the first night. Not a rocking chair, not wind pressure, not thermal expansion in old timber. A heartbeat, old and vast and unhurried, the heartbeat of something that had been alive so long it had forgotten it was alive. Claire was seated in the chair facing the wall. Her eyes were open. And she was not alone. In the chair beside her, the chair I had brought up 2 days ago, set beside the desk, thinking nothing of it, sat a shape that was no longer density, no longer amber impression, no longer the peripheral suggestion of a seated figure. It was almost a woman. Not quite. The edges were wrong, soft, like a form seen through fogged glass. The details present, but delayed, the way a reflection resolves in water that is not quite still. But the posture was unmistakable. Seated. Upright. Hands folded in the lap. Head turned slightly toward Claire beside her. Keeping her company. I understood in that moment, with a completeness that bypassed argument, exactly what Eleanor Marsh had meant. This was not malice. This was not possession. This was not a force that wanted to consume my wife or destroy her or trap her for cruelty's sake. It was loneliness. 300 years of it. Patient and genuine and vast. And my wife had walked into the room where it lived. And it had recognized her the way people recognize each other across a crowded place. Not by feature or name, but by something underneath both, a shared frequency. And it had been sitting beside her, in the amber dark, keeping her company, because that was the only thing it knew how to do, and it had not had the chance to do it in a very long time. I crossed the room. I sat down on the floor beside Claire's chair. I did not touch her. I did not speak. I looked at the shape in the chair beside her, and it looked back at me, or turned toward me, the direction of its attention shifting, and I felt the full weight of what it was. Not evil, just enormous, just old, just alone in a way I did not have the capacity to fully hold inside my mind. "I'm here," I said, to Claire, not to the shape. "I'm right here. Take whatever time you need." Claire looked down at me. Her eyes were clear, tired and clear. "It doesn't want me to go," she said softly. "I know," I said, "but it knows I'm going to." The amber light pulsed once, slowly, like an exhaled breath. "Yes," I said. "I think it does." We sat in that room together, all three of us, for a long time. Long enough for the cold to seep through the floor and into my legs. Long enough for the amber density to cycle through its slow heartbeat, pulse 4, 5, 6 times. Long enough for Claire's hand to find mine in the dark without my reaching for it first. And then she stood. Not in the manner of someone breaking free, in the manner of someone finishing something, closing a book at its last page, rising from a conversation that has run its full length. With finality and without violence, she looked at the shape in the chair beside her. For a long moment she simply looked. Then she said, very quietly, "I'm sorry you've been alone this long." The amber light contracted, drew inward, grew still. We walked out of the room together. I pulled the door closed behind us. The cloth pouch sat on the threshold, hall side, and I left it there. In the hallway the air was warmer, or I was warmer. I could not tell the difference, and it did not matter. What happened in the days that followed, whether that was enough, what the room did in the weeks of December that came after, and what we finally decided to do with the house. That is where this story finds its ending, and it is closer to peace than I expected when I started telling it. We walked out of that room together in the deep hours of a December night, and the door clicked shut behind us with the ordinary sound of a latch finding its plate, and I stood in the hallway with my wife's hand in mine and the cold at my back, and I thought, it is not over. I did not know exactly what I meant by that. I only knew that the feeling of an ending and the fact of one are different things, and that this particular story had been running for 120 years before we arrived in it, and that one night, of sitting on a cold floor and saying the true things was not the same as the thing being finished. I was right about that. But I was also, in ways I did not yet understand, wrong about what unfinished meant. The first 3 days after that night were the quietest the house had been since we moved in. Not the attentive silence, not the silence that pressed and listened and waited. A different kind. The silence of a room after a long conversation, when everything that needed saying has been said and what remains is the ordinary texture of air in an empty space. The door at the end of the hall stayed closed. I left the cloth pouch on the threshold. Nothing moved it. Claire slept. Deeply, long, the kind of sleep that has real weight to it. The sleep of someone returning from a considerable distance. She slept 10, 11 hours the first night. She slept in our bed, on her side of it. Her back to me, in the familiar geometry I had not realized I had been missing until it was there again. I lay awake beside her, and listened to her breathe, and the breathing was her breathing, its own particular rhythm, slightly deeper on the exhale. A small catch sometimes at the top of the in-breath that I had catalogued without knowing it, over 11 years of sleeping in the same room as this woman. And it was the most reassuring sound I had encountered in months. She did not go upstairs for 4 days. On the 5th day she went up with a cup of coffee, and stood in the hallway outside the closed door, and came back downstairs 20 minutes later, and sat at the kitchen table and said nothing about it, until I asked. "I just wanted to see if I still felt it," she said. "Did you?" She considered the question with the care she'd been giving everything since that night. A slight additional weight of attention, like someone who has learned that words have more mass than they appear to carry. "A little," she said finally. "Fainter. Like hearing a song you know well from the next room over, through a closed door. You recognize it, but it doesn't pull at you the way it does when you're standing next to the speaker." She turned the coffee mug slowly. "I don't think it went away. I think I just changed my frequency, enough that it can't find the same hold." I asked her how that felt. She was quiet for a moment. Outside the kitchen window, the December yard was gray and still, the grass flattened by 2 nights of hard frost, the oak at the back of the property holding its bare arms against a sky the color of old linen. A bird crossed the frame and was gone. "Sad," she said. "A little sad, not in a way that worries me. In the way it's sad when you understand something fully and then have to leave it behind because understanding isn't the same as belonging." She looked at me. I think she's been alone for a very long time, and I think what she wanted was not a replacement for living, but just witness, someone to sit with her for a while and acknowledge that she existed and that it was hard. A pause. I think she has that now, or as close to it as she can get. I thought about the shape in the chair, the head turned slightly toward Claire. Keeping her company. "What do you want to do at the house?" I asked. This was the question we had been orbiting for days, the one that had the most practical weight and the most impossible dimensions. We had renovated half the kitchen. We had enrolled the kids in a local school. We had a contractor with a schedule and a mortgage with a balance and a barn that was still optimistically standing. We also had a room on the 2nd floor that had drawn 300 years of solitude into its walls, and would continue to resonate at its particular frequency for whatever came next, whether that was us or someone after us. Claire looked at her coffee mug for a long time. "I want to stay," she said, "but not because I'm afraid to leave and not because the room is still holding something. I want to stay because the rest of it is what we came here for. The land, the quiet, the slower life." She met my eyes. "And I think I need to finish learning what the house started teaching me. About the hollow place. About what I need, that I haven't been asking for out loud." She paused. "That's not the room talking. That's just true." I believed her, not without reservation. Reservation was something I had earned and intended to maintain, but I believed the core of it. The quality of her presence since that night was different from the fullness I had been watching drain her for weeks. She was not full. She was not settled in the way of something given over. She was uncertain and a little tired and very much herself, which is the quality of personhood I trust most in people I love. We decided to stay. There were conditions. Claire agreed to them without argument, which itself told me something. She would not use the back room. We reframed it, not as a haunted space to be avoided, but as a room with a history that deserved respect. The way you respect a cemetery, not because you fear it, but because something real happened there. We moved the desk chair out of it. We left the room empty, and the door closed, and the cloth pouch on the threshold, and we did not speak about it to the children, who had sensed throughout all of this that something was not quite right in the upstairs part of the house and had largely taken their father's example of not going near the end of the hall. I called Eleanor Marsh the following week and told her what had happened. She listened without interruption to the whole account. The conversation on the floor, the relapse at 2 a.m, going in beside Claire, the shape in the chair, Claire's apology to it before she stood. When I finished, Eleanor was quiet for a long moment. She apologized to it, she said finally. Not a question. Something more like a confirmation of something she had been waiting to hear. Yes, I said. She stopped. When she continued, her voice had a quality I had not heard in it before. Something warmer and less guarded than anything she had said during my visit. In 20 years of knowing about that house and what it holds, I've never heard that. Not once. She paused. It may be why the frequency shifted. You can't close something that has been open that long. But you can acknowledge it. Let it know it was seen. That matters even to things that have been beyond ordinary witness for a very long time. I thought about that after I hung up. About what it means to be seen and whether the need for it ever actually expires. In anything. And whether the woman who had sat alone in her single-room dwelling on that hillside in the early 1700s had died still wanting exactly that one simple thing. To be known. To be witnessed. To have the fact of her existence acknowledged by someone who could leave, but chose first to stay a while. Claire had done that. Whatever happened next in that room, in that corner behind that closed door, Claire had sat beside her and stayed a while and said the true thing before she left. I could not stop thinking about what that cost and what it gave in return. Otto came back into the house that same week. He had been sleeping in the kitchen for months, never going upstairs, which I had stopped noticing because the pattern had established itself so early. One afternoon in the second week of December, he went up the stairs on his own, padded down the hall, sniffed the closed door and the cloth pouch on his threshold, and then turned around and came back downstairs and settled in his usual spot by the kitchen radiator. I watched him do this, and I felt, for the first time in the entire span of what I have told you, something that had no complexity in it at all. Relief. Plain, uncomplicated, enormous relief. Because Otto knew things we had trained ourselves to ignore. Because he had refused that upstairs hallway for months, and now he had gone up and assessed it and come back down without urgency, without the rigid fear that had locked him in place on the first night. He had decided the hallway was navigable again. That, more than anything, more than Eleanor's assessment, or Claire's changed frequency, or the contracted amber light, or the pouch on the threshold, felt like a verdict I could trust. But 2 things remained that I need to tell you before this story can find its close. The first happened on the last day of December, New Year's Eve, though we had no particular celebration planned. A quiet dinner, the children allowed to stay up until 11. The first genuinely ordinary evening the house had offered us in months. I went up to check the heating vent in the main bedroom after dinner, and as I passed the closed door at the end of the hall, I noticed something. The cloth pouch was gone from the threshold, not moved. Gone. I checked both sides of the doorway. I checked the hall floor in both directions. I looked briefly into each of the other upstairs rooms. The pouch was simply not there, as if it had been taken inside, or consumed, or decided that it had done what it had been placed to do and quietly ceased. I stood in the hallway for a long time looking at the bare threshold. The door was still closed. There was no line of amber light beneath it. There was no smell of stone. There was nothing that asked anything of me. I went back downstairs. I did not tell Eleanor. I have not yet decided whether the pouch's disappearance is a comfortable thing or an uncomfortable one, and until I decide I am keeping it in the category of things I know, but cannot fully interpret. I have a great deal in that category now. The second thing is harder to tell. Not because it is frightening, it is not exactly, but because it sits at the edge of what I know how to say. 3 nights before I started writing this account, I woke at 2 a.m, not with dread, not with urgency, simply awake, the way you wake sometimes without cause. Claire was asleep beside me. Otto was at the foot of the bed. The house was quiet, and the quiet was ordinary, the quiet of a sleeping building, not the quiet of something listening. I lay there in the dark and I thought about Hester Vane, about the woman before her on the hillside, about Margaret Forsyth sitting turned backwards in a car watching the house until it disappeared, about all the women who had carried that particular hollow frequency and found, in that particular corner of a particular room, something that recognized them at a depth they had not been recognized before, and I thought about Claire's apology. "I'm sorry you've been alone this long," addressed as something that had been waiting for witness since before this country had a name. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it diminishes or grows in the years ahead. I don't know if the cloth pouch's disappearance is the end of one phase or the beginning of another. I don't know if we will sell this house in a year, or stay in it for decades, or whether the thing in the corner will eventually find another frequency it can reach, in one of our children, or in us as we age, and hollow, differently than we hollow now. I know that the room at the end of the hall is still there. I know the wall is still the wall. It has always been. I know that somewhere, in the dense cold grain of that old timber floor, in the specific quality of air that collects in that corner in winter, something old and alone and past its ability to want new things is sitting in the dark, knowing that a woman came and sat beside it and acknowledged it, and then left by her own choice. I know that I have thought more than once, late at night in the weeks since, and this is the thing I did not plan to admit when I started writing, but find I cannot leave out, that I am glad she apologized, because I think it was true. I think it had been alone for a very long time, and I think the fact of its loneliness being named by a living person, who then chose to leave anyway, is the closest to peace that something like that can come, which is something I did not expect to feel when this all began. Something almost like mercy. That is where the story ends. Or almost ends. There is one more thing, a small thing, and a quiet one, and the most important one. That is for the final part. The one more thing. The small thing. The quiet one. Here it is. On the 15th of January, 3 weeks into the new year, 6 weeks after the night, Claire and I sat together in the cold of that room and said the true things. My daughter asked me about the drawing. She is 9 years old. Her name is Maya, and she has her mother's eyes and my tendency to think out loud, and a quality of attention that I've always found slightly unnerving in the most admirable possible way. The quality of a person who notices things and files them quietly and returns to them later when the conditions are right for asking. She had found the drawing, not in a kitchen drawer where I had put it face down under the takeout menus. I had moved it several weeks prior into a folder in my desk in the study. She had been looking for printer paper. Children find things. She brought it to me in the kitchen on a Saturday morning, set it on the table between us the way Eleanor Marsh had set it on the table between us. Face up, matter of fact. And she sat across from me and looked at it for a moment before she looked at me. "Mom drew this," she said. Not a question. "Yes," I said. "Who's the person in the corner?" I look at my daughter across the kitchen table in the January morning light. thin winter light, pale and clean, the kind that makes everything in a room look slightly more precise than it ordinarily does, and I thought about what to say. I had spent the better part of 3 months thinking about what was in that corner, and had arrived at something that felt close to true. Whether it was appropriate for a 9-year-old was a different question, and one I did not have long to consider, because Maya was looking at me with the expression she uses when she has already formed a hypothesis and is evaluating whether the adult she has asked is going to be honest about it. "Someone who used to live here," I said, "a long time ago." Maya considered this with the seriousness she brings to most things. She looked at the drawing again, at the figure, seated, bowed, the edges soft, rendered in the overlapping strokes of someone drawing from memory and proximity and a long night of observation. "She looks lonely," Maya said. The word landed in the kitchen the way certain words do. Not loudly, not dramatically, but with a weight disproportionate to their syllables. The exact right word, arriving from a direction I had not anticipated, delivered without any awareness of its precision. "Yes," I said. "I think she was." Maya nodded. She looked at the drawing a moment longer, and then she said something that I want to write down exactly, because I have returned to it every day since, and I believe it is the closest anyone has come to saying the true thing about what lives in that room at the end of the hall. "Maybe she's not anymore," she said. "Maybe she just needed someone to notice." She took a piece of printer paper from the pile she had brought down and went back to whatever project she had been working on. She left the drawing on the table. I sat with my coffee, and I looked at the figure Claire had rendered with her new, borrowed precision, seated in its corner, head bowed, the edges soft and unresolved. And I thought about 300 years of solitude on a wooded hillside in upstate New York, and I thought, maybe Maya is right. Not that it is gone. Not that the room is now ordinary, or that the wall has given up whatever it absorbed over the course of a very long isolation. I don't believe that. The grain of those floorboards still carries what they carry. The corner still holds the quality it holds. On cold nights, if I am awake at the hour between 2 and 3, and the house is deeply still, I sometimes hear something at the threshold of hearing, not the groaning exhalation of the early months, not the musical sustained note of its confidence, but something quieter than both, a sound I can only describe as the absence of waiting. The difference between a room that holds its breath and a room that has finally, at great length, let it go. The room is still there. We did not renovate it. We did not salt it or board it or conduct any ritual more formal than what had already happened in it organically. A woman sitting beside what lived there and saying, "I see you and I'm sorry," and choosing to leave. We left it empty, and the door closed, and we have not made it into an office or a guest room or a storage space. It is simply a room, the way a cemetery is simply a field where something happened that deserves a certain quality of respect. The children know not to spend time in it, not because we told them it was dangerous. We did not want to make it into something forbidden, something that would draw exactly the curiosity we were trying not to cultivate. We told them only what was true in the simplest possible register, that it was a room with a long history, and that we thought it was right to leave it in peace. Maya, who notices everything, asked no further questions. Our son, who is 6 and primarily interested in whether dinner involves pasta, accepted this without comment and has not thought about it since, as far as I can tell. Otto sleeps upstairs now, at the foot of our bed, or on the landing outside our bedroom door, or sometimes, and this is recent, beginning only in the last few weeks, at the end of the hallway, curled against a closed door of the room, not in the posture of fear, in the posture of a dog who has decided a place requires companionship, and has taken it upon himself to provide it. I find this more comforting than I can fully account for. There is something in me that is glad the room is not entirely alone. I told Eleanor Marsh about Maya's comment when I called her in late January to give her a general accounting of how things stood. She was quiet on the phone for a moment, and then she said, in the warm, guarded voice That seemed to be her register for things she felt more than she could document. Children are less offended than we are. They say the things we have argued ourselves out of. I asked her if she believed the thing in the room could be a piece in any meaningful sense, whether peace was a condition available to something like that. She thought about it. I could hear her thinking about it. I believe in the possibility of reduction, she said finally. A wound that stops opening further. A need that stops pressing as urgently against the available surface. Whether that constitutes peace in the way a person would experience peace, I don't know. But I think acknowledgement does something. I think being seen by something that chooses to leave anyway changes the equation in some way I don't have language for. A pause. I think your wife gave it something it had been waiting a very long time to receive. And I think that changes what it needs from the people who live in that house. Perhaps permanently. Perhaps only for a while. Another pause. Smaller. We won't know until we know. That is the most honest answer I have been given about any of this, and I have held it accordingly. There is something else I need to tell you, and it is the last thing, and I want to be careful with it because it matters. Claire started painting in February. Not the drawing she had done in December, with its borrowed technical precision and its figure in the corner. That was something the room had given her. A skill not quite her own. A hand guided by something other than her own intention. What she started doing in February was different. Hers. Fully and recognizably hers. She sat up in the front room, the one with the best light in the morning, where we had slept on the air mattress the first night in the house. She bought 2 canvases and a set of oils, and she worked for an hour in the mornings after the children left for school. I would come down and find her standing in front of the canvas in her old flannel shirt, with a brush in one hand and a mug, going cold on the windowsill beside her, and the look on her face that I had spent months watching the room steal, that quality of presence, of being precisely and completely herself, located fully in the moment of what she was doing, the look of someone who has found their place. Not in a room at the end of a hall. In herself. I did not look at the paintings for several weeks, not because I was afraid of what they would show, I was not, or not exactly, but because they were hers and she was working something through in them and I wanted to give her the space to finish before I entered. She showed me the first completed one on a Sunday morning in March. The snow was gone by then, the yard beginning its annual negotiation with green, the oak at the back unfurling the first pale suggestions of new leaves. She set the canvas against the front room wall and stood back, and I stood beside her, and we looked at it together. It was the view from the farmhouse window, the hillside, the tree line, the sky above it in the particular gray of a winter morning, the landscape rendered in blues and pewters, and the faint gold that comes through cloud cover at a low angle, and in the middle distance, small, but present, the suggestion of a figure on the hillside, seated, still, surrounded by trees that had not yet become the oaks and beeches of the current property. Older trees, different trees, the trees of 300 years ago. Not lonely, in Claire's rendering, witnessed. I thought she deserved a portrait, Claire said quietly. Something that put her in the landscape, something that showed she was there. We stood together in the morning light and looked at the painting for a long time. Outside, the first birds of the season were audible through the glass, small, insistent sounds. The particular optimism of things returning. I thought about Hester Vane writing her letter in 1901, praying the house would burn rather than take another person into its particular gravity. I thought about the woman on the hillside 3 centuries ago, sitting alone in her dwelling as the trees grew tall around her, dying in her chair facing the western wall and leaving the impression of her solitude pressed into the land like a signature. I thought about Margaret Forsyth looking through the rear windshield of a car as it went around the bend, still oriented toward the thing she could not explain needing. I thought about Eleanor Marsh, 81 years old, on an unmarked road, keeping a number memorized in case someone called. And I thought about my daughter at the kitchen table on a Saturday morning, setting a drawing down between us and looking at a figure in a corner and saying, without drama, without performance, with the clarity of someone who had not yet learned to make things more complicated than they are. Maybe she's not anymore. Maybe she just needed someone to notice. I put my arm around my wife in the morning light. The house was quiet. Not the waiting quiet, not the listening quiet. The ordinary quiet of a building full of people who are still asleep, whose lives are beginning again, whose breakfast is an hour away, and whose complications are the warm, manageable kind. The ordinary, beautiful difficulty of a life being lived forward. The room at the end of the second-floor hall was closed and still, and if something in its corners sat in the pale winter light that came through a cracked window sill and fell across dark floorboards in long, clean strips, sat there in the particular stillness of something whose long wait had been at last acknowledged, then it sat quietly, without pressing, without calling, without the low sustained note of something that had stopped hiding, just sitting, the way you sit when the thing you needed most has finally arrived, and you can finally, after a very long time, simply rest. We stayed for breakfast. The children came downstairs loud and ordinary and full of the small urgent concerns of a Sunday. Otto lifted his head from the hallway landing, assessed the situation, and went back to sleep. Claire made eggs on the stove, and the kitchen filled with warmth, and the smell of butter, and the sound of the radio. And outside the window, the March light was the most beautiful thing I had seen in months. We live in this house still. We will for a while, and sometimes on the clearest mornings, when the light comes through at just the right angle, and the house is very still before anyone else is woken, I stand at the foot of the stairs, and I listen, not for the sound, not anymore. I listen because it has become a habit of attention, a practice of noticing what is actually present, rather than filling the silence with what I am afraid to find there. The house breathes. The floorboards hold their knowledge. The corner keeps what it keeps. And the silence that comes back to me is not threatening and not empty. It is the silence of something that has been seen. That, I think, is the end. Not a resolution in the architectural sense. Not every load transferred. Not every stress accounted for. Not the clean finality of a structure certified sound. More like the end of a very long winter. The snow still on the hills, the ground still frozen beneath it, but the light changed. The quality of it different, angled differently, carrying in it the particular promise of things that have waited a long time underground, ready now, finally, to come up. I started this account by telling you I am a man who believes in numbers, in load-bearing walls, in things that can be measured and tested and explained. I still am. I still do. But I have also learned, in this house, in this winter, in the room at the end of the hall, that there are things which do not require explanation to be real, that acknowledgement is a form of architecture, that the act of sitting beside something and saying, I see you, and then choosing to leave, and leaving with love rather than with relief, that is not a small act. That is perhaps the largest act a person can perform. We are still learning how to do it, for each other, and for whatever shares this house with us, and that, finally, is enough.